Good morning to everyone. I hope you had a lovely evening yesterday after a very interesting day here at the conference. I want to say thank you for the excellent program that we had both in the conference but also the cultural program that we took part in yesterday. It was very interesting, I think. So let's start today's sessions, and the first session will be moderated by Anton Ferré. So I will give the floor to you and you can present our excellent speakers.
Okay. Bon dia a tothom. Anem a començar aquesta taula rodona que ens la plantegem com una obertura, és a dir, sortir una mica del paradigma estrictament del llenguatge tecnològic. Ahir va haver algun dels ponents que ja ens va fer una invitació molt clara a fer-ho. Doncs ara continuarem en aquesta perspectiva i ens acompanyen Maite Melero, que lidera el grup de recerca en traducció automàtica de la Unitat de Tecnologies del Llenguatge del Barcelona Supercomputing Center, que actualment desenvolupa el projecte AINA, del qual ahir vau tenir notícia de primera mà. També forma part de la Junta del Grup d'Interès Especial en Llengües amb Pocs Recursos, SIGUL, que organitza tallers científics anual, i de l'ONG LinguaPax per la diversitat lingüística. Abans d'incorporar-se al Barcelona Supercomputing Center, va ocupar càrrecs de recerca a la Universitat de Barcelona, l'Institut d'Estudis Catalans, la Universitat Pompeu Fabra i a Microsoft. El 2017 va assessorar al Parlament Europeu amb l'informe Igualtat lingüística a l'era digital i el 2023 va contribuir a l'informe Un marc sociolingüístic igualitari per la llengua catalana, que és la base del Pacte Nacional per la Llengua, en el qual s'està treballant des de fa un temps. Actualment forma part del comitè organitzador de la propera conferència Language Technologies for All, patrocinada per la UNESCO, que tindrà lloc a París del 24 al 26 de febrer de 2025. Ens acompanya també la Mireia Farrús, que és professora agregada al Centre de Llenguatge i Computació, CLIC, de la Universitat de Barcelona, directora de Servei de Tecnologia de la Facultat de Filologia i Comunicació i sotsdirectora de l'Institut de Recerca en Sistemes Complexos, UBICS. Ha treballat com a investigadora en diversos centres de recerca i universitats dels Estats Units, Escòcia, Alemanya.
And is specialized in different technology systems. She is also involved in projects regarding the transparency of AI. Josep Ganyet is an IT engineer specialized in digital images and artificial intelligence. He has worked in the area of human interaction, and today he is the head of Mortensen.cat. He is a professor of audiovisual communication at the Pompeu Fabra University, and he works also as a consultant for several magazines and TV channels, and he's the founding member of IPO, an entity that focuses on the interaction between humans and computers. Welcome. Everybody here is a linguist. So we can start by referring to technology and to what extent technology is an intermediary in our perception of reality and our interactions. We know, for example, with language, that it's not the same to perceive things directly than to perceive them through a third-party narration. And of course, reality changed from the moment microscopes existed. And technology, in this regard, in the same way as a language becomes an intermediary with reality and with language itself. And this intermediation is not always neutral. There are philosophers like Karl Jaspers who says that technology is neutral. However, there are others who think that it's a strong intermediary. Here we have a quote from Heidegger, who says that technology is part of the way we understand reality and the human being. Everything that we discover is intermediated already by technology, and it cannot be neutral. What we consider the truth is based on our trust on technology. And Enric Casasas, the Catalan poet, says, "We do like electronics, and it's electrifying as well. However, softwares can be something that create traps, and if you're not careful, you can become their prisoner." So to what extent does technology become our prison, and to what extent does it impact our language uses? Now we're going to look into AI and its role within this whole dynamics. So we'll start with Maite Melero, who will explain this field based on what has already been explained in this conference during the last 2 days. Going back to what was said yesterday, to consolidate what was mentioned yesterday, and also for those who weren't here, I'd like to remember the year 2019, because in Catalonia, we started using some devices that were voice assistants in Catalan. So in 2019, we already saw that human language could become the most natural way of communicating with machines. The problem was that back then we understood that it was only possible for just a few languages and not for Catalan. And then Plataforma per la Llengua, this platform, declared that none of the 32 devices available on the market were in Catalan. And this meant that the population and the administration became aware of the problem, and there was a viral statement of Alex Hinojo, who's a cultural activist, who mentioned his wish to speak in Catalan to his toaster. And this was a viral statement back then. All of this whole context created some impact, and several things happened. And in December 2020, the AINA project was presented publicly. We already heard about the AINA project yesterday. And something that happened as well a few months later, and that had an impact on this awareness raising, was the Common Voice collection campaign. And it was very successful, because in this way Catalan became the language with more recorded hours in absolute terms, more than English. So the Catalan society became aware of the problem and mobilized greatly. And I'd like to mention as well that the presence of Catalan in the internet is higher than one would expect from its population and social linguistic conditions. And this is very important. It's very important for Catalan to be so present online and to have these successful campaigns to record voices, because a language that wants to continue alive in the digital sphere needs data. Data, in fact, is the key word. Xavi Vila, the Catalan councillor, mentioned the emergence of Gen AI, because it's been around for less than 2 years. ChatGPT, in fact, was launched in November 2022. And he also mentioned something that I I agree with. That's the importance of research, technology transfer, and the role of the administration in adopting technologies, because oftentimes technologies are developed in the lab, but they don't reach the citizens. He also alerted about the impact of the technology gap in the languages. This is the digital diglossia. And let me explain what this is about, so as not to miss the digital advances. Then the minority language is not used. It's the global language or the majority language of the territory that is used. And this happens in our territory, which is a bilingual territory, but it also happens in countries that are not bilingual but have minority languages. And this mainly happens with the young generations. Jordi Mas from Softcatalà also explained how important Catalan and Common Voice is online, and also the importance of Wikipedia, the Catalan version of Wikipedia, because it's a source of information today and in the future. It will become also a source of information for machines. And Alex Hinojo, the cultural activist that I mentioned before, wrote an article regarding Wikipedia and AI. And instead of being a general source, it'll be a resistance source where information can be checked. And information will be checked by humans with the systems. And if we don't have readers, it'll be even more difficult to have volunteers. So this is going to be a vicious cycle. Alex Hinojo in this article also mentions the following statement that I think is very relevant. We've gone from a collaborative internet to an influencer internet with an individual profitability and benefit, and not a collective profitability and benefit. And in this collective effort environment, Catalan is very lucky as a language because it has Softcatalà. Softcatalà celebrated its 25th anniversary last year, and free software is key also for technology sovereignty, in particular for minority languages. Technological sovereignty gives us independence versus the large technological companies, because we're asking the large technological companies to integrate Catalan in their software, but they are the ones to decide whether they want to do it or not. And if they do it, there's no guarantee of maintaining minority languages in this large company's software. The AINA project was presented by Andrés Roman by the BSc. He also referred to the technological sovereignty and the public AI, i.e. AI supported by the public administration, and he also mentioned the AINA kit. That's all the tools. Then the AINA Hub, the AINA Hack, a very interesting hackathon where different concept tests were developed with the basic technology generated by AINA, because AINA is just generating basic technology. And he also announced the AINA challenge, and the companies will be able to compete in a more serious hackathon, and we hope that the outcomes will reach the citizens. So we have the importance of the open source code and also open data. Germa Buleda from Pompeu Fabra University also mentioned this, and she said that's important to open up all the public administration data. And Jordi also mentioned the importance of licenses, and that a license that is not for a license that is used for commercial uses is not an open license. Then Tony Olive from the Warwick University and Tony Suris from the Lleida University told us about a very small language, because Catalan is not a small language. In fact, Catalan is one of the top of 40 or 50 with the greatest technological support, whereas Aranese only has 2,500 speakers, but it's an official language in the whole of Catalonia, not just in its own territory. And he mentioned a problem affecting Occitan, and Aranese is a variant of this language, and that has an impact, or it affects many of the regional languages in Europe. That is the lack of a previous standardization process before digitalization. And I have brought here a forecast of a Hungarian mathematician from 2013 by Andrei Horny. It was back then the time of digitalization. And he said out of the more than 7,000 languages in the world, only 5% would reach the digital kingdom. So 5% of 7,000 is 350 languages. And we hope that Occitan, together with Aranese, can become one of these 350. Then Mrs. Taule from the Barcelona University told us about a very interesting project. And Mireia Farrús is the head of this project. It's a system of simultaneous translation from Catalan, English, and Spanish for universities. Thanks to this system, lecturers can give their lecture in Catalan, and the newcomers who don't speak Catalan can follow the courses either in Spanish or English, because in recent years lecturers couldn't teach in Catalan because there were new students who didn't speak the language because they were from abroad. And this advance that Mireia and her team will make possible in a few years wouldn't have been possible 2 years ago. And this will only be possible thanks to the technologies that have been benefiting all the languages, because until now, the only language that would benefit from these advances was English, and we can see this in the multilingual systems and in the transfer learning. So these complex systems can learn from one language and transfer this knowledge to another language. And then we will also have a real-time automatic translation, so we will have universal translators, so everybody can speak their own language without any language barriers. If this ever happens, and it seems that it will happen, it would be very disruptive in many fields, and this would counteract the expansion of lingua franca like English in the fields, for example, of scientific publications, because except for English, all the other languages are not publishing scientific papers, and this means a loss of scientific terminology in languages other than English. Then Professor Eneko Aguirre from the Basque Country University gave us some very practical tips about how to develop this new technology system, and that is the large language models, the LLMs. And I learned yesterday the term in Catalan. I have to say that I don't like the translation into Catalan because it has the adjective at the end. It seems that the language is the large thing. And in Wikipedia, in fact, there was even a mistake in this term. So if we're going to use the term extends in Catalan for the English large, we need to make clear that this refers to the model but not to the language. Because I think it should be, in English it shouldn't be large, in fact, it should be extended. But anyway. And we heard how within the concept of technology sovereignty, we need to adapt the models to our languages, because we see that most of them have been trained in English, but thanks to transfer learning, it's also working well for the other languages, but the quality is not as good as for English. And according to ENECO, there are 3 things we can do to create a model for our language. We need to take all the data from our language and then train the model. But that's not the path to follow, because we would need many data, and the data comes from the internet, and according to a chart, 60% of online data is in English. Another way would be to train a model for the specific language, and this is something that we do have in our lab at the Supercomputing Center. And with enough data, you can take the data that you have in English and you take them for your own language model. And we have done this together with the AINA and Ilenio projects, and now we have the new Salamandra models that are available and that have a more presence for all the languages in the Iberian Peninsula. And another path is to take the open multilingual template of some of the large companies, and this will be a cheaper option. And this is what the Basque Country University has done with the LACHA project, with very positive outcomes. ENECO also mentioned something that Josep Maria will dwell upon, and it's the following. These LLMs do speak many languages, but do they represent the culture linked to these languages? And to end the session, and I'm about to end as well, we had Aitor Aldasoro from the Basque Country government and Jeremy Evans from the Welsh government, and they refer to the importance of investing in language technologies and working together with the large corporations. In fact, Jeremy Evans gave us an interesting perspective. He said that language is about people, and he defended the strategy of the Welsh government that has reached agreements through lobbies with the large corporations. So through this lobby, they've been able to obtain good results, and they have educated Microsoft in the fact that a country doesn't have just one single language market, as they would prefer to believe. Another experience he mentioned had to do with public policies and how this can impact the cognitive behaviors of the speakers. So they had in Wales the Welsh tools, and it was important for the citizens to use them. So they would be by default in Welsh, and I asked him whether political policies can also impact the behavior of algorithms. So the results from the search are also in Catalan.
Thank you very much for this first speech. Mireia Farrús will now take us towards the positive path. That is to say, to check whether artificial intelligence is our ally. Yes. There are many things that have already been said. This was an excellent summary of yesterday's conference. Yesterday, many positive things were said as well. Minorized and minority languages have something which is lucky for us. We are, in a way, in a crossroad. Will everything become English? Will everything become Chinese? Will minorized or minority languages succeed? Thanks to all these technological tools, we can adapt existing technology to minority languages, and this can be our salvation. It can be a way of getting ahead of ourselves and making the most of technology. It is obvious that with the 7,000 languages in the world, our intention cannot be that all languages have the same data and resources as English. This is impossible. But having these technologies, for me, is good news, in the sense that we now have something positive for us. Now we have deep learning, neural networks, and the precisions of all these technologies have improved. Initiatives like the Common Voice, which are so important. Common Voice, we have already spoken about it. It's a database where everybody can collaborate and which can help create open source systems, for speech systems, speech recognition, speech synthesis, but it goes beyond that. It's more than a database. As Maite said, it engages the society. I used to work, and I have been working in this topic for more than 10 years, but when this AINA project came out, we did know about Common Voice, but then all of a sudden my sister-in-law knew about it, and I realized that everyone knew about it. So technology has been developed, you have been participating in it, and now it's out there. So I feel really proud, thanks to me, thanks to my little contribution, we could develop this technology in our language. So this is a satisfaction for those of us who become bridges between our small academia bubble, so to speak, and people on the street, common people. These technologies are important and they feel that they like it. Catalan people do many things, and one of the things we do is we create content online. Thanks to this, as Maite said, Catalan has more than 4,000 hours, almost 4,000 hours, if I'm not mistaken. So more than 80% of metadata, and this is thanks to the fostering of our government. I mean, when it comes to disseminating these databases, and it is so important that our government becomes a bridge between technology and society, that our government really engages the citizens. I remember my first speech on these topics. I always remember it was in Andorra, and they asked me whether automatic translation would make translators, human translators, something of the past. I said no. The proof is that we still have a faculty for translation and interpreting languages, but we have seen that we will have to refocus. Human translators will have to reinvent themselves. For example, in conferences, simultaneous translators. When it comes to dubbing as well, automatic dubbing, if it becomes a reality, the number of human professionals will be reduced. Nonetheless, we have to look at the bright side. Technology will allow us to do things that couldn't be done without it. I'm thinking now about a conference, for example, where translators are in staff. This entails a very large very large cost. Those of us who may not have funds, sometimes we cannot assume this cost. In conferences, technology will allow us to have a hybrid budget. If you have a big budget and you want quality, you have a human person. But if you don't, you have technology with risks, of course, because if the system fails, the event fails. But if you want to take on that risk, and you can do it with automatic translation, and we will be able to increase the number of hours available. I'm not going to get into the problems of it. I will not explore it, but there will be legal issues when it comes to certified legal translations, for example, at the universities. There's this new law where we have the possibility of applying our own languages, but it all has legal consequences. In terms of law, there are many, many consequences about it, but there are many fields in which technology will allow us to do things that were not possible before without technology, without replacing anyone. I'm giving you an example now. Maite commented on that project Scriba, but I'm thinking about teaching now. I teach in English in a master's course because I have pupils from all over the world. Obviously, over time, I have become quite proficient in English, but it's not my language, you know. So, of course, if I speak Catalan, I feel much better. I can joke. It's difficult to get that with a second language. If this becomes a reality, I mean, I would have never been able to afford an interpreter in my classes, but with technology, I will. So, I mean, throughout the universities, thinking about lecturing in your own language, this is an advantage in terms of quality because teachers can use their own language with a more natural result. But on top of that, this will foster minority languages. This will be good for the minority languages in every single region. So we're not talking about replacing people, but we're talking about making some things possible that were not possible without technology. This is good news. Will it turn into a situation in which we will never learn languages? No, because people have loved languages forever. We will continue loving languages. Maybe it will not be with a practical view. We will not all learn the same languages, but there will be a wider diversity. But at the same time, technology, when it comes to language learning, will give us a huge range of tools, like helping with pronunciation, language games aimed at training purposes, and so on and so forth. Those of you who have money, if you have money, how can we invest this money? As Maite said, data is the key. Even if we can use all these transfer learning technologies, even if we don't need as many data as English, the more the better. How can we get this data? We were talking about common voice, and it's really important to contribute to this type of initiatives that are initiatives in which society also participates, because there are many data with informed consent associated to it that can be used afterwards. There's another option as well, and it is very, very important to use it if your language is missing data. If your language already has a lot of data, then we have other resources like creating data for entertainment purposes or with a double intent that can be used to develop technology as well. I'm thinking about entertainment software, information software, and so on and so forth. There are some challenges, of course, because data that have not been specifically created to create this technology, there will be privacy infringements, there will be many problems. I'm thinking about Scarlett Johansson, who really complained about OpenAI using her voice for a speech synthesizer. Recently, last week or this very same week in Portugal, there was a conference in which the Frescat database was presented. The one done from BSC, and it's very, very important because it gives you spontaneity, diversity. We have the voices of children and many, many other different voices. But again, we come across privacy concerns. We come across many problems when it comes to copyright. If with speech, it's very delicate. Modifying text is easy. Modifying speech means sometimes distorting. It means that sometimes it has still not been studied, but we do not know the impact of this distortion on speech when testing these technologies, the quality of these technologies. Thus, making it anonymous is not easy at all, because you need to make anonymous not just the content but also the identity of people, which doesn't happen with texts. The regulation of the European Union is that you should not be able to recognize the identity of someone through the voice in a database. And then there's another important thing to finish, which is accessibility. We can have tools that they can work or not, they can be used one day and not used another day if we wish, but accessibility is very delicate. Synthesis techniques for people with visual impairment, deaf people, people with aphasia or problems speaking, for them, technology is not a tool, it's a need. So we have to be very, very thorough. If the technology will not, if it doesn't work properly, it will be rejected. Therefore, our challenge here is this one, but it's a pity because oftentimes this is a small community and it's not maybe so much cost effective. But we need to improve technology for people with disability, and accessibility has to be a reality. And I'm just thinking now about sign language. Sign languages have always been a minority. We don't have many interpreters. It's not a universal language. We have several sign languages. And visually, to be able to create avatars, to be able to create a technology that interprets and translates language signs, this will mean a huge qualitative leap forward. And this would be the end of my presentation. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mireia. Now, let's look at it from the point of view of skepticism. Let's try to see at all the challenges ahead of us in this new paradigm. We have been focusing on the positive things, but there can be negative things as well. Josep Maria, the floor is all yours. Thank you so much. Thank you. I would just like to share with you 3 very simple ideas. Artificial intelligence is not intelligent. Number one, I will justify this. Artificial intelligence is not universal, no matter what they say and what it seems. And artificial intelligence is just the addition of many human intelligences. Artificial intelligence is a bad term. We were talking about the importance of language and how to describe things and how our language conditions the way we think. And it's obvious that the term artificial intelligence is conditioning our way of thinking about it. We believe that we're dealing with intelligent machines, and we think about the philosophy underlying, but I wouldn't use the term intelligence, but competence instead. It's a concept that I can explore if you wish, and if you read Daniel Dennett's work, he speaks about competence without understanding. The same way that termites, for example, or insects are able to build a construction that seems to have an architect, but it doesn't, or evolution has created us, and we could believe there's an intelligent creator behind it, but no, it's out of competences with no understanding of the world, and that has a lot of implications. So artificial intelligence is not intelligent. These systems are very competent, they can help us, but if we use them poorly, they can be very, very detrimental. So the proof is in the pudding. You can do it yourselves. I mean, people who are in front of the computer go to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT if about the accent of a word, for example. In Catalan, for example, if you ask where the stress is in Catalan, and you play with the Catalan language and you ask whether the word asdrújula, which means that the accent is in the 3rd syllable, starting for the end, whether that very same word is an asdrújula in itself. So it's very difficult. Or counting the S, the number of S in a single word. They cannot, ChatGPT doesn't do it very well. So there are many, many tests you can do that prove that the system is not intelligent. We have a big confusion with artificial intelligence that is restricted to a very particular field of knowledge, like creating text, creating images. This is artificial intelligence, which is narrow, specific to a field of knowledge. But there's a big confusion as well with what is general artificial intelligence. Some scientists call it speculation or science fiction, but it helps us to believe that it's an intelligence that is able to do everything that humans can do. And it's not written anywhere. Many progresses or the addition of many particular competences, it's not proof that it will create a general intelligence like the one we have. And again, language is tricky. When we are looking at ChatGPT, for example, the first thing ChatGPT says is, what can I help you with? Help is a word that we humans use, and that confuses us. And if you have the payment version, it will tell you, I'm thinking, I'm reasoning. ChatGPT will say, some verbs are used that are used by humans, but the machine is not thinking, the machine is not reasoning, it's just computing, it's just calculating, which is the big skill the machine has. I told you that artificial intelligence is not intelligent, but I will prove as well that it's not universal either. And this is one of the big risks as well. So Catalan speakers have been using these artificial intelligence systems in Catalan. We can have reasonably well-written texts, for example. It's generating those texts, the machine, somehow properly written. They can be useful, those texts for us, or sometimes they can even seem to have been written by humans. And I'm talking about the word generated, because there's a big difference between writing and generating. Generating a text is just a part of the process of writing. You have objectives. Why am I writing? Who do I want to agree or disagree with, entertain? The intentions are important. Agency is somehow only a human thing. It's always a human that is present in the act of writing, creating. So, I was saying that artificial intelligence is not universal. Let me show it to you. I brought you an example. I don't know if I have to click somewhere. Okay. This is an example of a user.
Una generació de gegants.
Or something in Twitter. This is like giants. This type of large middle-aged figures in festivities. Somebody is carrying it, and these giants dance in the middle of a square with people. If you if you ask Midjourney to create a giant like Messi, this is Messi's giant representation. Catalan people, Mediterranean people will laugh. Maybe foreigners will see, you look at the photo, it's pretty realistic, and he resembles Messi. But we have a problem. Our giants don't have feet because there's somebody carrying them, and it's not reflected on the picture. So this is a problem. So why is this other one, this man generated? Look at that. He looks like a boot cutter. But look at Paul Bunyan. Paul Bunyan is this giant who can cut everything. With his axe. Look how similar he is to Messi. In any case, this is what can be reasonably considered to be giants. In many, generated giants will end up having feet, and this can happen with any aspect of our culture. We will lose some things in our culture, and we will smile on top of that. Now, no more. Once we take a stable diffusion network and we show him a lot of Catalan giants, he's able to do a giant like this. Now we can generate messy giants. For those abroad, our giants are like that. These are our Catalan giants, and they have been generated with our model, but a model which includes our specificities, the specificities of the Catalan culture, where giants have no feet because they're being carried by a human, okay? And we have giants for everything. Good. This was just a way of illustrating, of exemplifying this, that there are risks if you think that models, just because they are generated in our language, keep our cultural references, because that's not true. And let me finish. I would like to say something else. Artificial intelligence, now we are hearing these very sad and dooming speeches by Silicon Valley, OpenAI, saying that what we do can finish with the civilization, the human species can, be extinct, and all these science fiction dooming arguments, as if artificial intelligence is an alien that comes from the outside. Artificial intelligence is something that we do. So I would like to think about artificial intelligence as the addition of many human intelligences. Downstairs, there is an exhibition with a task of this Nobel Prize winner in biology, Santiago Ramon y Cajal. Santiago Ramon y Cajal was a professor at the University of Barcelona, and he did his job. I don't know if he came here to speak, but in any case, the structure, the neural structure that he painted, even without the microscope, manually, it was inspired by McCulloch and Pix in the 1940s to create digital neural networks. This revolution of Gen AI is based on Santiago Ramon y Cajal's studies, who worked here. So it's out of chance, but it's very, very interesting. The physics Nobel Award was given to Joseph Hopfield and Geoffrey Hinton, and a third man, for his work with neural networks. And the chemistry Nobel Award was given to Demis Hassabis and David Becker for the application of neural networks, AlphaFold, to the structure of proteins, to the dimensional structure of proteins. Yesterday, the third version was released, and scientists can already use it. So, look, there's like this journey coming from Aristotle to us, and it goes through these people who work in Nigeria, Nepal, India, Sri Lanka, noting down and correcting the errors of systems. So when we dislike an answer by ChatGPT, this goes to someone who's paid €1 per hour, and they refine the model. They are refining the model for us to feel that it's magic and intelligent. So look at the chain. It's the addition of Nobel Prize winners, Alan Turing, Aristotle, Ramon Llull, but it goes to the present time with these poor anonymous data writers working for 1 hour, the hour. They all contribute to this artificial intelligence. So we have a moral obligation. We scientists, we language experts, everyone, people on the street, people who use Common Voice as a software, we all need to add our intelligence. Unless we add our intelligence, we are risking this problem. Giants being unified, culture references being lost. So to rephrase someone, all the artificial intelligence that is not done by us will be done against us. So we will have the obligation of participating in it. Thank you. Before I give open a space for a Q&A, I want to come back to one of the topics that was mentioned today. And I think the three of you can contribute to this, but Maite mentioned it first. So to what extent this ability by the artificial intelligence to have any language used and translated can break with this dominance of the big languages. Practically, artificial intelligence products that are being used commercially, like search engines, what they're doing is invisibilizing one of the big virtues of the internet, which is the possibility of everyone publishing and having websites. Ever since the 1990s, when we had the possibility of going online, very soon people wanted to express themselves in their own languages. And all of a sudden, we came across a world in which we had several languages. In the written press, it was different, but on the internet, all languages would coexist, and through links and hyperlinks, people could interact with each other so that everyone could tell about what they were doing, and banks and administrations could offer their services. So there was like a big multilingual use all around the world. If we go to Google and we check how it was at the beginning of the year 2000, we looked up the word and we would get a list of links. If you now go to Google, half of the page is not full of links. It's full of things that that Google has processed with artificial intelligence and shows it. If we do it in Catalan, we may find a part of it in Catalan, and then the links. But if we do the same thing in ChatGPT, in the search, in the part of ChatGPT that looks the net, what it does is our question, they answer it directly. It's answered directly. Maybe in the future we will be able to see the sources, but the answer is already there and in our language. So here's a paradox here. The multilingual world disappeared and the answer is given by a single voice, which seems to be multilingual, but we're at a very important moment when it comes to the presence of languages online. So there's this double view. This can be beneficial or detrimental for language diversity. I would like you to answer about this, please. I'm asking about this language diversity. Will it be lost or not? Well, ChatGPT can give you the sources if you wish. The sources are quoted, but in general, the answer ChatGPT gives you, which is an addition of sources, is not out of a search, but out of a generation. And the result is good enough for you to be satisfied with it. But what happens that you're not going to check the source if the answer is good enough? Whereas when you have a list of results, you would skip from one to the next, and you would be exposing yourself to several perspectives, several standpoints, several languages, several ways of seeing the information. So it was up to you to apply the criteria. This source is fine, this source is not. Now there's one step less for you. So you are somehow transferring your power of decision to the algorithm. In general, it works pretty well. I've been using it now, and it's quite good for some things. But if you're doing research or you want to have information about all the standpoints, it's a problem. It has implications that go beyond the political things. And there's social control, there are so many other problems, and it goes beyond the language problem. At the end of the day, if you ask in Catalan, and the machine finds relevant results in German or Thai, they will answer in Catalan anyway. So this is very good for Catalan users because, this content in Thai, you could not access this because this content may not have been translated before, but well, in principle, it's good for languages in a way, but for our power of decision, that's really bad, very detrimental. Yeah, I quite agree with that. And this can make us think that technology is neutral, neither good nor bad. It depends on how we use it. And if people just get the first answer without checking the sources, then people will be at the risk of not getting proper information, because generation, even if it sounds good, it may not be true, it may not be appropriate. And another problem is that this technology, this Gen AI, is very powerful, and there are a couple of companies providing it, but it's very opaque. And again, that's why I say that we need to have technology, we need to own the technology in a way and be more transparent when it comes to technology.
Well, with regard to this language hegemony, there is a question of attitude of the users. I remember a conference in Barcelona where all the presentations were in English, and I thought, but everybody here is Catalan. Why are they doing their presentations in English if everybody here in this meeting is Catalan? So Maite was mentioning before digital diagnosia, in particular in some fields where you just take for granted that you have to use a specific language, and in research this is very clear. So we need to change the mindset, we need to change the attitude, because if not, technology won't be solving anything, because if we keep on using a language that is not ours, or receiving the information in a language that's not ours, then it's useless. So we need to change the mindset in favor of our own languages. I don't know whether we have now any questions from the floor. If not, we'll be closing now this panel session before moving on to the next panel session. Thank you.
All right. Since we are a bit, we have time, I suggest that the audience actually stands up also, because now you've been sitting for an hour, so maybe you want to stretch your legs for a few seconds. So please, anyone who wants to move around a bit before we start the next session, now is the time to stretch your legs for a few seconds. No, we don't have any music, I think. But you shouldn't go out. No, no, no. This was a few seconds. Now you can sit down again. We're moving on with the next session. And the next speaker, please have a seat again. This was a bad idea from my side. Our next speaker is Christina Kovaite. She holds a PhD in economics. She is the Vice Dean and Associate Professor at the Faculty of Creative Industries at Vilnius Gediminas Technical University. She is an EU project manager with 20 years of experience. Her research interests are data-driven business models, digital transformations, citizen science and citizens' participation, communication and media, creative industries and cultural heritage, intercultural communication, organizational culture, and change management. Please, Christina, the floor is yours.
Good morning to everybody. I will ask exactly. Thank you very much. Can I have this thing as well? Thanks a lot. So, first of all, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I was so happy yesterday listening to all the experiences and all your presentations. That was really an insightful day. Today, I'm representing the our university and our work that we are doing, and the project DigiCare, which stands for the digitization of cultural heritage of mostly minority communities and renewed engagement. As I was introduced already, thank you very much. I'm coming from Vilnius Gediminas Technical University from Lithuania, and we are working on the together with different multidisciplinary other people, scientists and professors and institutions and society to, in this case, to work on the cultural and linguistic diversity issues. And in this project, which is funded by Horizon Europe, is a mostly research project, but we will be going on the field work very much together with several cultural and linguistic diversity institutions from Sami community, from Ladino community, and from Jewish community as well. And NPLD and Time Machine, the very famous organizations, are the associated partner in our consortium, which we are really very much honored about. Just a few words about where I am from, as I'm absolutely new here, is Vilnius Tech, or our university is, with 11 faculties, is a mixture, is absolutely based on technical, engineering issues, and only then we came with communication, cultural studies, digital humanities, and citizen engagement. Recently, still several years from now, we've established Citizen Science Hub with the feeling that it's time to start promoting the engagement of engagement of communities, of people into scientific activities and into the decision-making processes in the societies. And here are just several project logos from where we are working on the digitization and linguistics or language learning and citizen participation, or some combinations out of those. Before going further, which is telling more about the fun things, just a few moments for the formal moments. The ambition of the project was to not really to go to digitalization, but rather to see how people to whom it is related to, how they are engaged in decision-making in the European level, in the national level, and in the institutional levels, in the community levels. And this is definitely will be a lot of moments to discuss for us from the perspective of the social, legal, economics, engagement, feeling, people willing to participate, and different other aspects. And just seeing in a more structured way, there will be several, we are really focusing on the several elements. First of all, in digitalization of cultural and linguistic heritage, we see a lot of issues, and I will tell you a bit more on the law and ethical issues. We're having a lot of consequences and impact on the social economic issues, and we're working with the economists over there. We're talking about the fact that there will be a lot of changes in educational areas here, and this is important thing, and of course technological drivers as well. But the biggest fun, as we are already foresee here, will be going to the field work, to the institutions, and here we have, as I was saying, Sami communities, we have Ladino communities, and we have Jewish communities as the first step, and then we'll go forward to see as a cases, to see how this in reality, in the real world could work before going to the EU politicians to the national politicians, with their bureaucracies, and to the institutions themselves as well. Yesterday there were several talks about that technology is not really about, it's more about people. And I really would like to follow up on this, and with the understanding coming from our project is that digitalization of cultural and linguistic heritage is really about people and not just about tech. It's about stories those people want to share about what's important to them. It's about the memories they want to be kept as they think it is important to be kept. And it is also about the feeling of belonging to a certain community, and that's how this feeling is all created. And this is our initial key starting point for our project. And before going further into several more issues, let me share with you the story how it all began with our project. Once upon a time, 2 years ago, my colleague from University of Lapland, herself, she is the Italian, and she's the intellectual property lawyer herself. She told me the story of what she's researching on, and at that point she was researching on the intellectual property of indigenous cultural heritage. And she told me, by the way, have you seen the movie Frozen from Disney? Yeah, or at least you know it exists. So she told me about this movie. She told me, go to see the movie. And as she was saying, everything is in the movie, it's happening in Arctics. The clothes, a lot of materials is taken from, or are the same as Sami in certain regions use. And there's quite a lot of customs and traditions and rituals that are shown as full or parts or just mentioning are the same as Sami in some other certain regions, areas use. And the same goes with the music, dances, intangible things as well. And then, of course, the movie was very, as we all know, it was very successful, and it earned lots of money, which is fine, that's why they do things. And also, it was after it was so popular and so successful, Disney, registered trademarks on those artifacts and attributes from the movie, which is in reality is not from the movie, but from the Sami culture. And neither in this project nor myself personally, I don't argue on any, I'm just telling the story, right? But our question was for ourselves, if it is okay, and it is okay from the point of view of Western understanding of law, it is okay. It doesn't sound okay. I mean, just in terms of feeling, is it really fair that someone sitting in Hollywood or Los Angeles at their desk decides how the artifacts, something that's very special for you as your identity, how it is presented to the whole world, without even having a note about this? That's how our project started. That was our nice discussion, very interesting one. And we went to Horizon Europe and said, you know, we've seen the movie, we want to do a project about that. And here we are, which, coming back now to more serious things, is that mostly means that it's not only us who thought that there's something worth exploring and worth discussing, because that's about the cultural and linguistic issues. It's about how people feel. It's about the fairness and respect to people whose memories you are using for your sake. Coming in the project, in the Horizon project, Horizon Europe funded project, usually you are expected to take a lead in some unexplored areas, and this was one of them. In the project, we realized, in the research and the exploration, in the discussions, we realized that we will have to deal with the dilemmas where there is no right answer. And there's no correct, the only one answer, and probably there's quite many of the linguistic, community-based, value-based things are like this, and that's about the technology, but also about whether it's more results-focused or relationship-focused, is it more for heritage for preservation, or is it more for opening up with people? And there's no right answer. To explore the dilemmas, in order to explore the dilemmas, we prefer to look from the value-based point of view, from the value-based approach, and we will be looking through the whole of our activities, and we will be looking at the through the value-based challenges to see how those dilemmas could be explored to find the other ways how to solve them. And of course, there are social and economic benefits. You can also always find the arguments why yes and why no. And in the coming to step by step, together with the cultural and linguistic communities, we already collected quite a number of the different cases and studies, asking the same value-based questions, trying to find the ways that not to answer but to meet the dilemma issues. And there are some things from Sami archives where there were lots of discussions about how to deal with the ownership, sharing, and presentation to the society issues. There were some moments with the Ladino communities, with the photographs, with the picture images, with the media library, which they already have online, but there are still a lot of discussions how to present it to the society, communicating the message they want to be communicated. But this all is online. This is all is public, so there's nothing that secret that I'm sharing now. It's the Latin language, learning the Latin language as well. Also, I asked what AI generator can generate for us, something nice for us. I would say that it still has things to do, and it also depends very much on the cultural and linguistic communities, what kind of images they put online and publicly. Otherwise, this would be different, most probably, as it doesn't create anything by itself. But now let's come to what's special in this DigiCare project. And as you might hear, we pronounce it as a DigiCare, because we really think it's this caring thing, caring and sharing thing is important in the issue. Of course, we're not awarded funding because of the fairy tale, that's for sure. What was found as special, and this is what I really would like to share with you as well, and with other institutions that are always, from time to time, joining us. The key issue here is, there are two key issues here. we are coming to 3 reader groups: EU policymakers, national decision makers, or regional authorities decision makers, and the cultural institutions themselves. And those we are really focusing as 3 very different groups of readers, as they will need very different ways of involving people in their decision making, as they are doing very different levels of decisions. Those 3 levels are were thought it's special. And the other special thing is this Thinking Green is citizen minorities engagement levels. And in the project, we are developing how to engage communities with all the respect, with all the relationship building, with all the feeling, respect of feeling and their memories and the stories of what they are creating, but at the same time, to come to the solution, to come to the decision that everybody would be happy as much as everybody can be happy, and to do it not only, as it's quite often, not only in the idea development stage, but also in the planning stage, in the implementing stage, and in the controlling stage, how it all happens, so that there would be a feedback in each of the stage of the decision implementation. And we're making some mechanisms, so creating things. We'll be happy to share after it's ready. I think it will be more or less 1 year and a bit. And a question like several more seconds, just a question, so what's next? When we started with a cultural heritage, we realized that there are so big areas to discuss, and that's intangible cultural heritage, which is linguistics, humanities, music, or many things. That's linguistic capital as an absolutely other issue in the Europe for European identity issues. That's linguistic diversity in the virtualized world. That's another very big story in the area that European Union is very much fond of sharing the resources with us. And of course, as our students are working on being producers in different creative industries, we are planning to make them work a bit on the linguistic diversity and cultural diversity to understand a bit more of the world for them. So thank you very much for allowing me to share what we are doing in our research world, what we really enjoy doing. And please visit our website just to have a look how it's going from time to time. And in any case, we'll be happy to answer any by email or just during discussions. Thanks you very much.
Thank you. Questions now for you. Are there any questions to Christina at this stage? No? Thank you. Let's move on for the next session, and after this session we will have a coffee break. But before that, we have 3 speakers. We have Rian Hodges, who is a senior lecturer in sociology and social policy in the Faculty of History, Law and Social Sciences at Bangor University. Dr. Hodges directs the master's degree in language policy and planning at Bangor University. Her main research interests include language policy and planning, minority language education, and new Welsh speakers. Hodges has carried out many research projects on different aspects of the use of the Welsh language in the family, education, community, workplace, health, and digital platforms. Then we also have Cenog Farrús, who is a senior lecturer in sociology and social policy at Bangor University in Wales, specializes in language policy and planning, especially in the context of the Welsh language. His research focuses on the use of Welsh in the everyday lives of people and communities who know the language. Over the past decade, he has contributed to numerous projects examining the state of Welsh and other minority languages in the digital age, focusing on their social media presence, streaming, and smartphone apps. Currently, his research explores the impact of AI on minority language speakers. And then finally, we have Becca Owen, who is a first-year PhD student in sociology and social policy at Bangor University. The subject of her PhD is the study of artificial intelligence within the Welsh education system, with the aim of understanding how AI is used both in both Welsh education and bilingual education in Wales. She has been granted the opportunity to work within the Uninet research group AI.com as a research assistant. So please, the stage is yours for the three of you. Thank you.
Bon dia, moltes gracias for the opportunity to provide an update here on our AI and minority language use group as part of the Uninet project. So my colleagues and I from Bangor University in Wales are here today to represent the rest of the group. So just a brief overview of what we'll be discussing today. So I'll begin by giving a research group update with our research group on AI. We'll then move along to provide a context and a literature gap in relation to the use of AI and minoritized languages, and we'll end up then by just discussing a few future directions of how our research group has been progressing during the last year. Great, so for those unaware of Uninet, or maybe not quite sure what the project is about, we are a pilot project funded by the NPLD, and these are some of our goals at the minute. So as you can see, establishing more strategic partnerships between universities, working in several different fields related to multilingualism and the context of minoritized languages. We're also very interested in creating that practical exchange of existing knowledge between different universities, and that's something that we've been working on during the last year. There have been several student and staff exchanges across Europe. And finally, identifying opportunities to develop a pilot exchange programme. So a little bit more about the group itself. We have several research groups within Uninet, and our group looking at AI and minority language use is just one of them. And our subgroup aims to explore the ideologies and the beliefs of minority language users towards the use of AI and of digital tools and technologies. And it's been an absolutely fantastic conference so far. We've had so much really important information regarding language technologies, different software developments. But I think it's really important, following on from Christina's really interesting presentation, that we think of how those languages are actually used by the speakers and how the technology can be used by the speakers themselves. What are their attitudes? What are their perceptions? Do we know enough about how people are accessing this technology and what's driving them forward to use that? And of course, we can argue that AI is the driving force towards a fourth industrial revolution. And I think that's why within Uninet, we've recognised the importance of this fast-paced, ever-changing field, and ultimately the need for further research from the perspectives of the minoritized language speakers themselves. We really think this is something that this group can move forward. You can see a list of the members there representing many different minoritized languages. Yes, so just to give, again, a little bit more information, we've had face-to-face group meetings in Santiago, in Aberystwyth and Barcelona, many online meetings during the last year, As mentioned previously, we now have the support of my colleague Becca, who's been helping us with administrative and literature review support, and we'd like to thank the LPLD for funding this. So, as I mentioned previously, we've heard a lot about the language technology itself and the fantastic developments that are supporting minoritised languages. Our expertise is to provide a sociological and a language planning perspective on how AI is used by the speakers themselves. As sociologists, we want to make sense of the world around us, and of course this includes how digital language use is accessed and how we have access to this information online. I'd like to pass on to Cennog now, my colleague.
Diolch yn fawr, Rhian, and thank you to you all for the opportunity to speak with you today. So it's possible for us to say that a digital turn has taken place in the field of language policy and planning, as many academics and policymakers now have turned their attention to looking at the impact of the digital world on our minority languages. And I think the fact that so many of us here today to discuss this is a testament to this change in focus. However, at the same time, this isn't a completely new area of study. If we look back over the past few decades, we see a number of academics in the field of language and policy and planning looking at how new technologies have impacted the use of our languages. I could talk about the advent of the printing press and the effect that had on our languages, but let's focus to the modern era. If you look at the work of people like Joshua Fishman and his GIDS framework, he talks about mass media in his work. If we look at the European Charter for Regional and Minority Languages, they talk about broadcast media, again, during the 90s. If we move forward then to the work of David Crystal, and electronic communication is the term that he uses, but if we move to a more recent era, there's a change. We're now talking about digital technologies. And we see people like Lewis and Simons developing an idea of electronic GIDS. We're looking at people like Cornai, who produced this new concept of digital language death. And we've seen many projects looking at auditing, conducting some kind of audit to look at the types of technologies that are available for minority languages and majority languages in Europe, whether it's the MetaNet series of papers in 2013, the DLDP project, or more recently, the LA project. So why are we looking at these themes? Well, yes, a lot of this has already been said during the conference the last 2 days. Languages in Europe exist within a fragile ecosystem, and there's a level of concern for all of us that are interested in maintaining our languages, with looking at how this new technology will impact the daily use of our languages. We've heard in the panel of the negative impacts that this could have on our languages, but there are also positives, as we heard. This is a new opportunity to overcome language barriers through machine translation, for example. Is there a new opportunity to create new content in our minority languages? Yes, and we heard in the panel, yes, some of this content might not be appropriate, it might not be a good reflection of our communities. So yes, this is a double-edged sword. It has two sides to this debate. But the European context, the European context has a lot to say about this. The European Parliament in 2018 said that language technologies are not properly represented in the agenda of European policymakers, although they are likely to be crucial for the construction of a fair and truly integrated European Union. So again, this duality that exists within the European context. If we look at the European Council and the Charter for Regional and Minority Languages, work has been done in recent years, to look at the position of language technologies within the Charter. In 2019, a report published by Jones and others reported that the the European Charter did not stand up to the changing technological landscape of Europe. Yeah, so this is problematic, as this is seen as one of the key tools for protecting Europe's languages. Nonetheless, on a more positive note, a second report by Gherkin in 2022, which specifically looked at AI, noted that AI can be used to facilitate and to implement the Charter. Yeah, so opportunities and threats on both sides. And what we've seen in previous years are a number of projects that have conducted these audit-type activities to look at what's available for different languages. We saw a colleague yesterday show a similar chart. We see EU official languages having more provision in the technological sphere, and minority languages on the bottom having less support. We see that translation technologies are most common, and we see that other technologies such as speech processing are less common. But just to pick up, and I will finish now and pass you on to Becca, just to pick up on what Rian mentioned, less is known about how these languages and technologies are actually used in person by people, by members of our community. Yeah, so this is the focus as sociologists. We would like to continue with the work of the UniNet subgroup. And that's it from me. I'll hand you on to Becca, who is our new PhD student at Ganyet University, and we like to throw her in at the deep end 2 months into her dissertation to talk to all of you. So dyma chdi, Becca, drosodd at y ti.
So my PhD will be exploring the use of AI in the education system in Wales. And my primary research will attempt to understand how school and university students and teachers and lecturers use these technologies to aid them. When starting out the literature search in this field, the different and therefore ironic use of the acronym DLE epitomises the stark contrast, as it can be used interchangeably to mean both digital language equality and extinction, which are complete opposite ends of the spectrum when discussing language use. The dual usage of these terms speaks volumes on the different situations that languages face today. The prominence of machine translation is clear, as much academic literature focuses on AI and machine translation compared to others, such as things like generative AI. Policymakers have also realised the importance of machine translation, especially in enabling the provision of multilingual public services. Machine translation can be seen as a financial advantage that reduces the high cost associated with human translation. This is especially important for speakers of minority languages that are often under-resourced and therefore traditionally struggle to access services such as human translation. Despite this financial advantage and the rapid progress of AI and machine translation today and in recent years, it will still take a considerable amount of time to fully automate human translation. As we've already heard during this conference, another noticeable theme in the literature search was insufficient data, which leads to linguistic hierarchies. Insufficient data is a factor that causes minority languages to experience this, as it leads to barriers for creating the technologies for these languages. Also for minority languages, it's much easier for the machines to use formal language, which discourages people that use the languages daily and informally with these technologies. There are additional human, financial and time challenges for minoritized languages due to the labour-intensive aspects of creating language technologies. AI will enable the speakers of minoritized languages to engage further in public life, debate, deliberation and decision-making. However, it's still vital to consider what social actors really want. But unfortunately, less is really known about when people use AI within this minority language context. However, the LA project reports on 3 key groups of interest in the field of language technologies, which are the language technology developers, commercial and academic users, and the EU citizens. And for us as sociologists, we're especially interested in the last 2 groups, which are the commercial and academic users and the EU citizens, because it's the needs of communities and the social actors that we're really interested in. And most importantly, there's a current and quite relevant knowledge gap here that we need to explore. Thank you.
Just to finish off with the last few slides, and just to pick up really on what Becca was discussing earlier, I think it's really important that we do have community-led language technology strategies. And I think Soria epitomises this really nicely in the following quotation. Minority language speakers do not need ready-made solutions. Their precise needs and requirements must be listened to and accommodated into products that are tailored to those needs. Christina mentioned the different levels, the macro, the micro and the meso framework. It's really important that we listen to the micro. What do we as speakers want? What are our communities? What do we need? How do we access these tools? And are they fit for purpose for us? Just to finish off then with UniNet and how we move forward. So as we mentioned, there is a clear research gap. Less is known about individuals and communities' use of AI within a minoritized language context. Here are some research considerations for us moving forward. We would like to explore possible collaborations with language technology developers and policymakers. We can provide the human element, if you like, within a series of possible projects, and we think that's a really important sort of underrepresented element, actually. We'd like to identify the practical measures and their effects to increase the use of minority languages through AI and other future technologies. And once again, for us, it's really important to look at ideologies and the beliefs of minority language speakers towards the use of AI and language technology. A point that Jeremy made really well yesterday as well. Are speakers aware of the technologies that exist in their language? And we have a really vital role to play in this. Moving forward, again, lots of activity across the UniNet group. But what we're hoping to do now is to put in a grant application for £200,000, and we hope to put in an expression of interest for this in January 2025. So that's the direction in which we're travelling. Great. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Many thanks.
Thank you so much for this interesting presentation. Are there any questions to our Welsh speakers? Yes, we have one there. Just wait for the microphone.
Diolch yn fawr iawn I chi am y cyflwyniad. Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. I wanted to ask you a little bit about the proposed methodology for your... Please don't take a picture, thank you. Of the proposed methodology for your work in terms of assessing the ideologies in the public. The public is a very broad thing. Who are you talking about? How would you target people, particularly if you're looking at average users that aren't in organizations or aren't, involved in language technology, aren't involved in language technology industries. So just a little bit about that process. Thank you.
Yeah, diolch yn fawr. Thank you for the question. I think we need to develop a qualitative understanding of people's use of Welsh or other minority languages. So it's going out to talk to people about their use of Welsh and the other languages, and we will have partners in the Basque country, in the cluster in the Basque country, in Friesland, and in the Gallic community as well. So it will be a comparative study based on qualitative data. That would be the first point. And then the second one, how do we reach people? And how do we reach people who are not, you're not preaching to the choir. We need to reach normal people. So we would propose that we go through things like sports clubs, social clubs that are not language-based, but would contain people who speak those languages. So you can access normal, if there's such a thing as normal speakers, and then ask them about their methodology. In 2015, we had a PhD student looking at the use of apps, digital apps online, and she used a similar methodology to that. So that would be one possible pathway that we would follow.
And for us, I think mixed methods. I think that's really, really important. So, you know, we'd be looking to utilise social media as well. You talk about reaching sort of the average speaker. So, yeah, sort of online surveys across the 4 minoritised language contexts, possibly following up maybe then with focus groups. But I think Cynog's point on sports clubs are really, really important. We've found in recent research that we've conducted that this is a really fruitful area for research, and you know the language that the trainers use, for example, within a sports club can change the complete ethos of that sports club. But getting to everyday speakers, younger people as well, I think is really, really important. And so hopefully a mixed methodology. But yeah, thank you very much for the question. Diolch.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, we say thank you to you and give you a big applause. And now it's time for a short coffee break, and I hope that you will be back in this room by 11:15. So have a quick coffee and come back. Thank you. All right, if everybody could sit down, we will continue with another interesting session where we have altogether 8 speakers. And the first speaker is Jelske Dijkstra. She studied speech therapy at Hanse Høgskole Groningen and general linguistics with a specialization in speech technology and speech communication at the University of Amsterdam. She then worked as a scientific researcher on the Frisian speech therapy language instrument FTARSP at the Friske Academy. She currently works as a project leader of the Mercator European Research Centre on Multilingualism and Language Learning, part of the Friske Academy. Welcome, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Anna, for that lovely introduction. And I would also like to thank the organization for inviting me to show some of the Frisian speech and language technology tools that we developed at the Frisian Academy, the Friske Academy. We didn't develop it by our own. We always collaborated with other partners in that. So I have a full schedule. I will first highlight a little bit about the context of Friesland and Frisian. I will talk about speech recognition, speech synthesis, automatic machine translation, and a center on speech technology for small languages. I will focus mainly on speech recognition, and that is because those are the projects I collaborated on. But it doesn't mean that the other projects on speech synthesis and automatic machine translations are less important. Keep that in mind, please. Frisian in the Netherlands. It's spoken in the north of the Netherlands, in the province Friesland or Friesland, and it's spoken by around 75% of the inhabitants. And around 50% of the inhabitants is a native speaker. So that gives you a rough idea about the context that we are living in. So very quickly go on to speech recognition. As for speech recognition, we have two significant projects since, the past decade. The first one is the FAME project, and the second one is, further developing the product from the FAME project for automatic captions for council meetings of Frisian municipalities. Let me also start a little bit because I want to keep track on time. So FAME stands for Frisian Audio Mining Enterprise. And audio mining, you should see it as it's a technique with which you can use to automatically analyze and search for a content in an audio signal. So that's a little bit what speech recognition is all about. But FAME gives a very nice acronym, don't you think? So it ran from 2015 till 2018, and it was funded by the Dutch Organization for Scientific Research. And the coordinator was the Center for Language and Speech Technology of the Radboud University in Nijmegen, because that is, especially at that time, is the center for language and speech technology in the Netherlands. And they saw a very nice scientific challenge because, well, I come back to that later. Let me first talk about the 4 other participants. Omroep Friesland, the regional broadcaster. Tresor, which is the provincial archive. The Friese Academy, of course, and Gridline, which is a company based in Amsterdam. So the FAME project, within the FAME project, we developed a Frisian-Dutch bilingual speech recognizer, as we heard yesterday as well, and we all know it. When you speak a minority language, you also speak the national language and maybe even more languages. So for the Frisian context, it was not necessary. It was necessary to develop a bilingual speech recognizer because we Frisians are mixing constantly between Frisian and Dutch. And there are a lot of, due to language contact, a lot of Dutch words that are interfered in Frisian. So we developed that recognizer with the purpose to disclose 2,600 hours of the radio archive of our local broadcaster, Omroep Friesland. It's a local broadcaster that broadcasts since the Second World War, and since the 1950s they have sort of started systematically archiving their broadcasts, but they could never find anything, especially not in the old recordings, because they were still on analog tapes. You were dependent on what the man who just got that task to archive and write on the tapes what's on it. Sometimes because, especially in the early days, the tapes were very expensive and they had to use it for other purposes as well. So sometimes it didn't even match with what the information that was on the cover. So it was very difficult to find any audio fragments. So, and that's why we built a speech recognizer, because this way we could transform the speech, into text, and with text, well, you can search much easier into audio fragments. And now I can talk about it. For Radboud University, at that time, it was a very nice challenge, because bilingual simultaneous speech recognizers were at that time very, well, innovative. For those of you who are not very familiar with speech recognition, I am going to tell you about the ingredients and how it works on a very simplified level. So for the tech people amongst us, please don't be offended. And it's very simplified. So you have speech, for example, the Frisian, ik geniet je van het mooie waar. And it goes in a black box, in a decoder, and at the end you see the text, ik geniet je van het mooie waar. I'm enjoying the nice weather. So in principle, in the old, this is an old artificial intelligence technique that we used 10 years ago. Techniques are different now, but I think this helps also understand how current techniques work. So there are 3 main ingredients: an acoustic model, a pronunciation lexicon, and a language model. And very simplified said, you have the speech signal. The acoustic model uses parameters and it identifies the sounds. Then the sounds, well, words are made of it, and it by the decoder, it goes to the pronunciation lexicon. We based it on our own lexicon and the pronunciation, but not using all the, we used all the lemmas, but also added derivations and varieties. So inflections of words, derivations like nice, nicer, nicest, but also the varieties in Frisian. We don't all pronounce it the same way. So then words are identified, and then a language model will check whether it is a reasonable, correct sentence using a statistic computational calculation. So example, if I'm now a little bit nervous, so I speak a little bit differently, would I have said, ik geniet je van het mooie baar, instead of waar? The language model would correct me, because baar is not a word that is used in this context. So after these 3 models, ingredients do their work, you hopefully get the right output. To train those models, well, let me go back very quickly. Nowadays you have end-to-end models in which you don't really use pronunciation lexicons anymore, but acoustic and language model is kind of merged together in that model. So you only need a lot of text now. That's the downside of end-to-end models. You need a lot of training material to train the model. We used a little less, 18.5 hours of radio fragments. We manually transcribed them. They were fragments of 5 minutes of all various programs of the radio and all decades. It's important to mention that it's very tedious work because you have to transcribe them orthographically, but also identify the coughs, the laughs, the earth, so that the recognizer will also distinguish between speech and other sounds. So then the acoustic and the language model were trained on not only the Frisian data, but we also used English and Dutch data. In this case, news corpora, speech corpora, or radio corpora. And we fine-tuned the models with transcribed Frisian corpus, and of course all the other transcribed corpora that were available, like common voices. At a certain point, we could already get our hands on some automatic output by the recognizer, and the reliable set of that output we used as training data as well. And for text, for the language model, we used also all that we could find, like we asked authors to donate the text of their books because we weren't publishing it, we were just using it for transcribing, training purposes. We used the captions of programs of Omroep Friesland, brochures, Wikipedia articles, news articles from Omroep Friesland, everything we could find. As for the pronunciation lexicon, we had our own lexicon, but we added the out-of-vocabulary words. Those are the words from the transcription, from the corpus that we transcribed manually, that were not part of the pronunciation lexicon. So we added them using pronunciation rules. And we added entries from the Dutch and English dictionaries. And in the end, we also added a list of the phonetic pronunciation of names, because names don't follow the pronunciation rules often. The result is a very nice database of the archive. And Gridline has developed a bilingual search machine. So when you search on the Frisian word onderwijs, education, you will also get the audio fragments in which one says onderwijs, the Dutch word. And of course, this has a huge impact on the research into language change and variety, because now we have a huge corpus of people who were on the radio since 1950s and now. And this is, in theory, yes, a film, a sort of demo how the FAME database works. So here you have the word onderwijs and onderwijs. And you can click and listen to the fragments. This is also very useful for the journalists who can now really search in their archive. So the next step was, because Radboud University said, well, our job is done, the project is finished, we love Frisian, but we don't have any money to continuously develop these models. So that's, after a couple of years, the model is outdated and you're left with nothing. So we partnered up with Humaner. It's, I think, still the only speech recognition company in Friesland. And they were willing to take up our work and continuously train models. They worked together with us to develop end-to-end models, so the newer models, to automatic caption the council meetings, so that people who are deaf or have difficulties of hearing, they can follow the meetings as well. So Together we transcribed 70 hours of council meetings all over the province. We've trained the new models, and the benefit of using this collaboration with Humaner, this means that because municipalities pay every month for this service, and so that means that they have enough money to continuously develop that model, and that is necessary because, for example, we had elections, and when you have elections, you also have new people in the council, different pronunciations, different voices, but also over time, new topics and new jargon. Because in municipality meetings, there are a lot of abbreviations, there are a lot of parties with names that are abbreviated, those are things that need to be included in the corpus as well. This is an example of how it is now.
Ik nog net lezen en ik hoop dat je dat wel begrepen hebt. Maar het zou wel mooi wezen dat wij in die stukken lezen kunnen dat met betrekking tot energiecoöperatie dat we dat wel veromsjuggen in de nieuwe duurzaamheidsagenda die we 28 november behandeling in.
So the Frisians amongst us immediately see that this is not 100% accurate. It isn't, indeed. It's still in development because we only have just a little data. These models need much more data to be trained accurately. Next steps will be hopefully live captioning at some point, and also automatically generated captions for the programs of Omroep Friesland. Also, this is, of course, very valuable for research into language variation and change, because these captions and these recordings can also form a database, a corpus to do research upon. So speech synthesis, will be very brief, because I think most of you have met Farrús a few years ago. He was at an NPLD conference and presented his research on developing a synthetic voice for Frisian. He's working at the University of Groningen at the faculty Campus Friesland, based in Friesland, and I'm also one of his supervisors. And he uses as training data an audiobook, a couple of hours of that audiobook, and corpora of other languages. And my colleagues at the Frisian Academy, together with other companies, are developing or have developed automatic machine translation as well. It's called the Oerzetter, the translator, and this was also trained on identical text everything we could find, Omroep Friesland, Frisian, Dutch text, bilingual flyers, websites, news, well, you name it, and we used it. And I have a small, because everybody knows how Google works, of course, translation. I have a small demo here, so everything you type here will be translated into Frisian. You can also, of course, switch between the languages. And I can fairly say that this Oerzetter works much better than the Frisian version of Google Translate. Next steps would be combining speech-to-text with automatic translation, so that you have captions in Dutch when Frisian is spoken during these, for example, these meetings of the municipality, and of course speech-to-speech translation. And I hope I still have 1 minute to talk about our plans. Currently, together with the Department Language, Technology and Culture of Campus Friesland, we are setting up a Center for Speech Technology for smaller languages. At Campus Friesland, there is a master's program on speech technology, and the students, the main focus of that program is, of course, ethics, but also developing software, speech technology software for smaller languages. And this is a nice addition to offer the students projects, because when they don't write a thesis, they develop stuff that is freely available. So this is a nice way of getting them engaged with smaller languages as well. We also have joint PhD projects. FAT is one of them, but there are more. And we hope to develop research projects in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this interesting presentation. Are there any questions? If not, we might have questions after all the speakers, so here's your...
This one.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Here.
Oh, I need my glasses. Our next speaker is Asier Basurto. He's a Basque sociologist and researcher whose work focuses on using and revitalizing the Basque language. He holds a degree in sociology and a specialist diploma in linguistic planning. He has been working for many years in the sociolinguistics cluster on research and communication. His academic interests include youth language use, developing methodologies for measuring street language use through observation, linguistic governance, language management on public communication, and language technology effects on the social use of minority languages. Asier, the floor is yours.
Bon dia. I will explain some results of a project called Itzulinguru, and this comes from a sociolinguistic view of the issue, and especially for the view of organization. So we call it neural machine translation and the effects on language use, but especially we are looking for regulated linguistic activities. So I'm coming from the Basque country, from the Basque sociolinguistics cluster. We are a research center that looks to develop new knowledge to feed the revitalization process of the Basque language. We try to build new projects on a collaborative way between academic agents and also professional and grassroots agents. We do different projects, we develop different projects. Some of them are centered on research, so we try to make different diagnoses of how the situation of our language is in different fields of the society. But also we try to create new methodologies to change that situation, to make an intervention, and to try to promote the use of language. At the same time, we do diffusion work, and we try to, we have some ways to communicate through the internet, publication, and we organize local and international events too. The project I'm presenting today is Itzulinguru. We did like the first presentation of these results in September in the Basque country, and this is the first international one. So as all the projects in the cluster, it's been developed in a collaborative way, especially the promoters of the project are the cluster and the University of the Basque country. But we have created a large network of collaborators, like the public health system, some academies for adults, Eluya, Rekimen, and we have had the financial support of the government of the Basque country, the province of Biscay, and the province of Gipuzkoa. The first issue we had to resolve was to decide a focus area. We decided to focus on the impact of neural machine translators because, first of all, this technology has an advanced level of development in Basque language. Then it's widely used in different fields of the society. And we see this project as a starting point to do research around many other technologies, the AI and many other linguistic technologies. We also decided to focus on regulated linguistic activities. This means on organizations, language use in organizations. The objectives were to determine the changes, uses, new capabilities and disruptive innovations brought about by the neural machine translation in different regulated activity systems, and to identify the capabilities and norms that need to be developed in relation to neural machine translation system on a practical level in order to contribute to the revitalization of Basque. So we tried to see what's the situation, and we tried to create some recommendations to make it favorable to minority languages, in this case Basque. We did 25 interventions in 7 areas of the Basque society. So this is what we call regulated linguistic activities. We are doing research in companies, administration, the health system, media, Basque schools for adults, university, and secondary school. We did like 3 or 4 interventions in each of those sectors. And the results I'm presenting today are coming from there. I don't have time to explain it in exhaustive way, but to tell you in 4 steps, we created a network of collaborators, then a network of places where these interventions could be developed. Then we designed the interventions with the people involved in those environments, and we made changes in the way of using the translator during 2 months. And after that, we did an analysis, but always in a collective way. So we did like different seminars and different meetings to analyze what happened in those places after our intervention. And finally, we are disseminating the results, first in those places, in those organizations, and now in a public way. So my presentation is mostly about the conclusions and some predictions. First of all, looking at it in an optimistic way, let's forget the risks for a moment. We see that the neural automatic translation, machine translation, it's an opportunity for organizations because it could help to generate more text in Basque, to enhance users' language skills, to improve the quality of text, to increase the efficiency of organization, to increase and enable workers' autonomy, and it could be used as a training tool. Of course, this is an optimistic view, but we will see that not everything is that good. So let's go to conclusions. First of all, neural machine translation systems or any other new technologies that are implemented in an organization expose different problems and needs. Problems and needs that were there, but we didn't know about until these technologies arrived. So those are related to functioning, to norms, and to capacities of members. Sometimes we think in capacities like language competence in Basque, but many times we found that there were some gaps in the capacities of language competence in Spanish too, and many other gaps. So, but the main point we found is a lack of critical view about the use of technological tools. In order for new technologies to be used properly and effectively in an organization, it is advisable to organize and regulate their use. This is our recommendation, especially looking from a minority language. So if we don't organize, if we don't agree some criteria, the river goes to the majority language, to the hegemonic language. So if we want to promote the use of minority language, we have to agree the way we are going to work with these tools. So these criteria should be about operativity, the quality, and the use of Basque language. And it's important to take into account institutional characteristics and regulations and the culture of that organization. Of course, it's more effective if they arise from a collective reflection process. So we will organize something to reflect on how this technology affects to the use of language, how do we want to work, how do we want to promote our language in that organization, and all the members agree on that, or many or most of them agree on that, it will be much more effective. Looking to the writing, it's very important to pre-editing and post-editing of texts are essential when it comes to publishing formal text. So we promote conscious text creation, just taking into account that it will be translated since you begin to write the text. And then, after translating it, taking it into account that it will be published, so you have to post-edit it too. Errors can be avoided from the input text. That's very important, and that's related to the point that it's been said today about how we adapt to technology and how we adapt with our language use and our writing way to the technology too. So, depending on the context, the importance of pre-editing and post-editing varies. There are some places where they have decided not to post-edit, but just for informal and internal language uses. So some people does it like more efficient, just sending the message, the output message of the translator, but it's not the rule. It's the exception. Training plays a key role as a great potential and has a great potential for improvement, getting the most of neural translators. We see that neural translators are a very powerful tool in hands of people who many times doesn't know how to use it. No? So it's important to integrate it properly into workflows. It could help improving writing skills and identifying usual mistakes. So we especially remarked that it's important to work on the competence of members editing text generated in different languages. So go and back from one language to the other and learning, making a text in more than one language at the same time. It's beneficial to make visible text trajectories. So, for example, in education, to evaluate students' work. In organizations to decide if it should be reviewed or to interpret the text. And we ask for some socio-technical commitments. Could be something technical that a text has in their metadata or in a kind of digital footprint information about the trajectory, the linguistic trajectory it has been following, and could be kind of traceability by recognition. The author says that this has been translated from this language to this other. The use of neural machine translation is transforming the methods of learning and teaching languages and language-related subjects. We think that this tool can be very useful in the learning of languages, and we have to use it in that process, especially in schools, universities, and language schools. And looking to the sociolinguistic impacts of neural translation, it's important to remark that it depends on the choices that are made in their development and implementation. So it depends on how we integrate it in other platforms and in other structures. And it's very important to foster the auto-centered strategies by minority language communities. We are the only ones who know what we need for our languages, so we can't be waiting for other actors that move just in the flow of market and not in the linguistic and sociolinguistic interest. No? Okay. And to finish, neural machine translation transforms dominant language ideologies, representations, discourses, and attitudes. Some examples. The concept of source language becomes vaguer. Many texts are created in many languages, are multilingual since the creation of the text. So it's difficult to talk about one only source language nowadays. The way linguistic practices are understood changes. We start to write and to work in multilingualism, and our way of thinking on languages has changed. And new forms of language authority and legitimacy are emerging. These tools are becoming new language authorities. In the past, we had like press and the academies, but nowadays, for many people, what these tools say is the new rule. So we have to manage that. And to finish with my presentation, I would just to take here some predictions, but in a speculative way. It's something we have concluded, but from this project, but it's not the results of the research. So we think that simple writing and easy to read text are going to gain prominence. Translingual text creation and the use of paralinguistic resources will become widespread. Translation systems and other technological infrastructures will become invisible. And the main challenge coming from there to the minority languages is the motivation for learning new languages. In the morning it's been said that why will we use lingua francas in the future if there will be a kind of universal translator? But at the same time, we can ask, why will someone learn a minoritized language if they don't need it, if they have universal translator? And we need more new speakers just to revitalize our languages. So we have to create in new reasons to learn, in new reasons to use our languages, and in new ways to motivate future new speakers. And that's all for my part. Moltes gràcies. Eskerrik asko.
Thank you so much, Asier. We will move on with the next speaker, who is Nuria Morales Pinto. She has served as a civil servant of the administration of the government of Catalonia for more than 20 years. She is currently the Deputy Director General of Publications of the autonomous entity of the Official Gazette and Publications. In this entity, she has been providing her services for more than 12 years and is dedicated to advising on legal content and the analysis and dissemination of law. Mireia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Moltes gràcies a tots, moltes gràcies al campus, a l'organització per...
Thank you, everybody. I would like to thank the organizations for inviting me here today to be able to present our project for the generation of summaries with AI, Gen AI, in a simple language that's easy to understand. Let me explain how we have reached this project, what is the approach, and what is the scope, and what are the regulations that allow us to develop this project, and who do we cooperate with. And I like to explain what we have done and what we're going to continue working on. Let me give you the context of our institution. This is an autonomous institution that works together with the government secretariat of the Catalan government, and we manage two portals. One portal is the official Gazette newsletter of the Catalan government, where we communicate all the regulations and activities and norms created by the government. And then we have a legal portal. This legal portal provides different services, and one of the services is to offer the summarized text, the abstracts of the different laws approved with all the relevant changes and corrections. The main objective of this legal portal is to disseminate the concepts of law, the Catalan law. In 2021, the Directorate and also the Government Secretariat decided to conduct a diagnosis of the potential of our portals and to set the new path for the future, to see how we could continue working so that our portals would be leading portals at regional, national, and international level. We used a technology company to organize also focus groups to collect the suggestions from the citizens and what our users thought about these portals and their needs. All the conclusions were based on four main pillars. Firstly, improving the technical architecture, how to improve the response times without reducing the performance. Also, strategic considerations for new services, for the portal users, the usability of those portals, and providing a more customized response based on the navigation experience and also the data use and exploitation. We've heard how important data is, and in our portals there is a large quantity of data. In fact, we have heard about the AINA project promoted by the Catalan government, and we also participated in this project by providing a large set of public data. And within this field of data operation and exploitation, so that the data could become easier to use and to reuse, we saw different application fields and different roadmaps and different applications to have a better governance of data, so that data were easier to manage. And one of the main needs that was detected was the creation of automatic summaries of the legal text. And this is a part of our goal. One of the main challenges that we have within the portal is to address a wider audience, a wider target, not just the current users that are usually administration, civil servants who work professionally with legal text. The goal was for the law to come closer to the citizens who don't have this legal knowledge and experience. Which are the references and norms that allowed us to develop this framework? Well, we have the Mandelkern report to improve regulations. This is a report of 2001 from the European Commission, and this is also stated by the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations to ensure sensitive, inclusive, participatory and representative decision-making of all laws, and also Law 19 of 2014 regarding transparency and access to information. I would now like to share with you the partners who have been involved in this project within the Catalan government. These are different departments. Firstly, we have the Technology and Communication Technology Center, the CETITI, that has helped us with the technologies so that we could use new smart technologies and AI, and through them, we access Accenture, the technology provider. Then we also worked with the citizens department and with the legal department to validate the text. We created a multidisciplinary working group with the participation of different professionals from different backgrounds, legal, linguistic, technology, and so forth, so that the outcomes could be better. We'll start with the concept. We started with the concept test. The idea was to test all the ideas and methodologies to see whether they were mature enough and whether they provided the relevant results before them being public. In the concept test, we worked on 4 cases regarding the summary of the documents, the change of language style so a layperson could understand that legal language. Then we also developed a semantic search, because our portals now just have a lexic search, and being able to extract information, to have a chat with a simple language, and this was done through another collaboration. We started then testing these 4 areas based on readability factors. The readability factors measure how easy or difficult is a text. There are Fernández Huerta created the first readability index based on different levels of qualifications of the users. So we tested this for the document summary, the change of style, Then we have the 4 cases, and as a result of this concept test, we decided to develop the first user case, that is the automatic summaries of the norms, because we thought that this was the most mature field and it was easier then to obtain results in a shorter term. For this, we use the new technologies, we use AI, because our users have always been asking for access to this legal contents, but in a more understandable way. But we needed human resources to write these texts. But thanks to AI, thanks to this disruptive technology, we had the tools available to have automatic processes. Sometimes we've heard about the problem of data protection. That wasn't a problem for us because our corpus is a public corpus by law. We publish in the official gazette the public norms passed by the Catalan government. Therefore, we had the contents and we had the tools to provide the service in different areas. And in summer 2024, we already published the first 44 summaries of legal text from our laws in a user-friendly language created by Gen AI. We have an important disclaimer, though. We do tell the users that the summaries have been created by Gen AI, and therefore there may be some inaccuracies from a linguistic standpoint, because these are tools that need to be trained and fine-tuned, and they never replace the consultation of official sources. We wanted to create a short document, a short summary document of 1 or 2 pages, always responding to 3 main questions. What is the norm about, what it is for, and who it is for. Here we see these summaries in a very simple language, and we also include a section where users can share their opinion and their feedback, because it's important that we all work together to improve these tools and obtain the best results. And what's the current status of the project right now? We're working on extending this model to the almost 15,000 legal norms in force today that have been published by the official gazette. And when we have the new norms posted on the portal and published in the gazette, we want to obtain automatically the summaries, and we hope that in 2025 this project will be available for everybody. And the challenges for the future are the following. First, we need to learn from the models. We need to improve the tools, and we have to pay attention to the evolution of the tools. For example, in the concept test, we used a 3.5 AI model, but the 44 summaries that are today available at the portal already use the 4-point turbo model of AI. Now I'd like to share with you the other user cases regarding semantic search and the dialogue with the norm.
I would also like to say here that we did a collaboration with Barcelona Supercomputing, with the Barcelona Supercomputing Center and with a Barcelonian company in order to publish an open code chat, a conversational bot with these norms and regulations so that you can ask in a normal colloquial language, and the answer is also easy to understand. I really hope we can give you more information on this project very soon. The conclusion we can draw is that on the one hand, artificial intelligence tools are here to stay. They are very strong, powerful tools to take you take us far away, and we really need to use them to help us in the automatization of the processes, but we also have to be very careful with bias, data protection, and further problems. As a public administration, we really need to be careful. We really need to set an example. We have to be a reliable source of information, so it's important to act with really caution. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nuria. We will move on, and our next speaker is Hugues Castells. He studied Catalan philology at the Autonomous University of Barcelona. In 1999, he worked as a fellow at the Phonetics Laboratory directed by Dr. Joaquim Listerri in a project to create a synthetic voice in Catalan in the environment of the Reference Center in Linguistic Engineering. At the end of the project, in 2000, he started working at Applied Technologies on Languages and Speech, a spin-off of the UPC that later became the current Verbio Technologies. Since then, he has worked on the development of synthetic voices and the implementation of speech technologies in all kinds of projects. So, go ahead, the floor is yours.
Hola.
Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank all the institutions and people who made this conference possible. I would also like to extend my gratefulness to them. It is great to be able to present this small project that we are developing and that we developed around. We started this project about 2020 with Herbio, the City Council of Barcelona. It was a system to try and do a sort of mapping during COVID-19, the COVID-19 pandemics, to ask questions about how people were. Let me tell you about Verbio, this voice synthesis. It's a spin-off which is the outcome of the efforts of 4 teachers at the Autonomous University of Catalonia. These teachers participated ever since the creation in 1999 until 2008, where we got new partners in our company, Trace Ventures SL, and then we became Verbio Technologies, which is a company with more than 25 years of experience that has been developing and implementing speech technologies, the basis of which are speech synthesis, speech recognition, and also speech-to-speech, with speech tailored at the needs of companies, with engines of our own, with a development of our own. And then we have open question methodologies. These questions where you're not answering a specific question like what do you want, and then you can give a long answer, and then there's a recognition of that. And recently we have been working with the cognitive processing of natural language. This is our grounds. This is where we started, and this is what we do. So, during the COVID-19 pandemic, in March 2020, as you know, COVID-19 was a terrible problem, and this situation at the City Council of Barcelona led to 2 main needs. On the one hand, the need for proactive care of our citizens. From the administration, we had to look after our citizens, especially when it came to unwanted loneliness. We wanted to get in touch with citizens to provide them with social services, but also we had another need, which was to get information to be able to prevent problems. And we had to get mass information on the population to make some forecasts on whether people, for example, were going to the doctor or not, and whether they got infected or not, and what were the symptoms that people were having, and so on and so forth. So this COVID-19 pandemic also caused two main challenges. This project was a mass project, a widespread project, so we needed to make a lot of phone calls, and we had a problem of scale. To manage these needs, we had some operational difficulties. I am showing in a photo a call center because it's important for us to understand that in March 2020, this was March 2020, we were working like that at a call center. This is a call center. Imagine in the middle of that situation. I mean, imagine going to work under these conditions. That was not possible then. We couldn't organize this group of people. It was not humanly possible to keep on working like that. This is why I mentioned, health and safety. We had a lot of health and safety concerns, and that led us to consider the need for creating a tool for the automatic mapping of the evolution of the health of the population and the evaluation of risk. So a follow-up of health and an evaluation of the risk in the future. So the objective of our tool was, on the one hand, to diagnose and get a clear image of the scope of the problem, and on the other hand, after the diagnosis, we wanted to be able to decide on care and preventive actions. That means helping people with unwanted loneliness, or also, as we realized later, with social problems that, due to the lockdown problems, were becoming even more complicated. And we also wanted to take some preventive steps. For example, if now, in our tests, we're seeing that the infection rates go up and that people are staying at home, we will have to take action after that. So, as for the description of the tool, those were outgoing calls, so we were calling people through this automatic system. We were calling citizens that we decided to get in touch with, and then these calls could not be made through call centers, so they were based on voice synthesis, speech synthesis, and then with regards to the recognition, we were using some grammars like yes, no, I feel well, I feel bad, grammar measures like this, or we were also using CSR, constant speech recognition, continuous speech recognition. We also had to leave some open spaces so that people that we got in touch with could express their needs in an extended way, and then we would analyze those. As for the examples for user cases, we were trying to identify people with symptoms. We wanted to be able to conduct a follow-up after people were dismissed from hospital, and especially with staff, high valuable staff, not necessarily medical staff, but other staff that could be replaced by these systems. As for the needs, we also wanted to quantify how many people had been ill at home, and we also wanted to detect their emotional status in order to help them from the administration in case of need. With regards to the applications of this tool, there are two things marked in red, which have to do with the human side, and then in green, programming needs. I wanted to make a distinction because it's very important to understand that the green system wouldn't have worked with a proper human participation or human criteria underlying this tool. The first thing was to select target citizens, namely those we wanted to get in touch with. The examples are the ones I already mentioned: sick people, people who were feeling lonely, people who were victim of unwanted loneliness, people who needed a medical follow-up, or people who just needed care and a follow-up of this care. Selecting these target citizens properly was paramount. It was really important. Without it, it would have been like a spam telephone call, an advertising call, and people wouldn't have answered, they wouldn't have answered properly, even if you were calling from the city council. So once we created this database of target citizens, and once we had created our goals for the project, then we applied automatic systems. As I told you, through the speech technologies, we could have an introduction of the call. It's important to say that calling from the City Council of Barcelona is important, and warning the population that this would happen. That, of course, ensured the success of this functionality. First, there was a presentation and then some medical follow-up questions like, how are you feeling? Have you had a temperature in the last few years? And then we also had some social support questions like, would you like to be called by a social care worker to talk about something? So there was a possibility of referring these people. I mean, this technology at the end was just an enabler, factor that would enable human tasks later. This technology was just used for the screening of those people who would require that referral. And finally, in number 2, we come back to the human intervention. There were some care and preventive actions that were taken after the analysis of the answers to the questions of these calls, thereby adding a warning that would then refer users to a later intervention. So, based on this system, to be honest, it was a huge success. We had 98% of proper understanding, recognition of the speech. Language was pre-configured, Spanish and Catalan, but you had the possibility of switching languages from Spanish to Catalan. And as you can imagine, the development of projects using more than one language is always another difficulty, especially, as many other people have said, when there is a mix of languages. Because sometimes bilingual people, I mean, it's not like 100% Catalan or 100% Spanish. Some mix it up. So considering our type of users who were the elderly, people with special needs, and so on and so forth, that was different and difficult and challenging. As for the benefits of this tool, I already mentioned that, but the huge scope, the ability of reaching out to the whole population, doing it on the phone, was bridging the digital gap. It wasn't an app, it wasn't an email, it was a phone call. Sometimes we forget, when we're talking about technologies, when we're talking about artificial intelligence, we forget that there's a part of the society that can be left out of all these technologies. As I said, there is also 2.B, which was that it was the administration that was proactive, not the user. So if you were feeling bad, you could be at home and think, well, I will spend this at home, but there was somebody calling you and asking you. If you had a difficult situation at home, you would get a phone call. Maybe you wouldn't have thought of calling because there was a domestic violence problem or an economic problem, but then they call you and they ask you about it, and that makes it easier for you to open up and express your needs. With regards to the functionalities, as you can imagine, all these came with a dashboard. So there was this analytical capability. It was easy to record all these calls and extract some data. There was also a lot of usability. It was a very flexible tool. And as in the rest of projects, of course, it was not just a matter of designing the tool and having it working properly. There were some redesigning phases as well. But in general, it was super successful. There was flexibility as well in the timing of calls, and then deep neural networks that were integrated. This was a project in which we did our very best. We invested all our technological available resources. As we said before, these projects can succeed if they work properly, but when you're there and you feel that you're speaking to a machine and that this machine is not answering what you expect, you don't understand the machine, when there's not a good feedback, then the project can come and become a real failure, and it can go from success to failure very, very easy. And then, of course, it's important to ensure data security, both on-premise and in the cloud. That data privacy was a key factor for us. We were very careful with that as well. I just wanted to show this slide with the different development phases. We had a first pilot where we had 109 people, and we did 190 calls. So there were some people who got more than one call, and then after this pilot project, we had a first phase, phase one, where we called 57,000 people, and a second phase where we called 26,000 people more. In total, we called 57,000 people, more than 57,000 people, with a total of 227,000 people. So, as you can see, there are more calls than people. That means that some people got more than one phone call, oftentimes because they requested it themselves. These are the global results, the global outcomes. It's 4 implementation months, so the volume of calls is huge. Not many call centers have this. This is an industrial scope. We had 57,000 contacts. Those are the number of calls. Out of those 57,000, almost 4,000, 7%, did never get the phone. The person would not answer the phone due to whatever reason. 53,000 answered, but of those, 18,000 gave no type of answer, no response whatsoever. They heard the automatic system, and they were either reluctant, they rejected it, they felt uncomfortable, whatever reason it was, they would not answer. 29,000, half of them, 52%, did listen to the whole speech. They conducted the whole thing, they answered the questions, but at the end of the dialogue, when they said, would you need some extra help? Do you want somebody else to get in touch with you? They said no, so that they didn't need an extra call. But even if it was just 10%, we're talking who said yes, it's 5,433 people who answered yes, please call me back. It may seem like a small percentage, but the value of being able to help 5,000 people, 5,433 people who say they need help and who you've contacted proactively. This is so important. Even if it may look like a small percentage, in terms of absolute value, I think this is extremely relevant. And this is our small project I wanted to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. For the next session, we will have two speakers. We have Adnan Boroho, who specializes in artificial intelligence solutions for the healthcare sector and has experience in implementing advanced tools to optimize medical workflows. Currently, he is leading the introduction of generative AI and speech recognition software such as Invox Medical and Genesis, with the objective of meeting the needs of hospitals and medical centers. They are dedicated to providing innovative solutions that enhance efficiency and accuracy in clinical reporting. Then we also have Maribel Grau, who is an ICT manager in the field of medical imaging at Hospital Clínic de Barcelona and project manager of the project to build and implement the dictaphone in Catalan. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Primer de tot, moltes gràcies tant al campus.
First of all, thank you very much to both the campus and the people who have organized this wonderful conference. I will talk about Invox, which is a solution. Invox is a solution by Vocally. We are a company from Murcia that has been in the field ever since 2011, and we have developed these tools for voice recognition, for speech recognition. At the beginning, it was a typical speech recognition where I dictate what I have to say with full commas and full stops, and this goes directly to the medical reports. But there was a progression, an expansion of our projects in the field, so we managed to develop this in Catalan as well. And in 2023, there was a solution called Medical Genesis, which introduced artificial intelligence in the conversation between doctors and patients. And through that, we got reports. In 2024, we had much more advanced solutions with Invox medical platforms that include the needs of doctors in several areas and apply artificial intelligence and speech recognition to develop new solutions. The problem we have always faced has been that the medical staff, health workers, spend a lot of time writing reports and doing administrative tasks, which prevents them from developing their so important tasks, medical tasks. So for us, it was really important to make sure that doctors had more time to be doctors without losing time, wasting time in red tape and bureaucracy. Our solution was to develop a specific approach that allows doctors to have speech recognition, and the system can identify who is talking, what type of accent that person has, what vocabulary, and so on and so forth. The main advantages of speech recognition in the medical field has to do with quality. The quality in the reports, the quality in the documents that are delivered, the reports, and then transcription, transcribing. Dictating is 3 times faster than writing, so this gives doctors much more time. And then reporting. Reports are richer, they have more content, because doctors can speak in a more natural way with this tool. This is a project that we developed in Catalan with the Clinical Hospital of Barcelona, so as to access the Catalan market. And this is why Maribel Grau is here with us, and Maribel will tell us more about this project.
Hola. Primer de tot voldria
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for their invitation, and I would like to tell you about this collaboration between the Vocali company and their tool and the Catalan development of this speech recognition system. To provide you with some context, in the last years, radiology specialists, anatomy specialists have always used dictate systems, speech recognition systems. This was done at the beginning with tapes even, and tape recorders where doctors, radiologists, and imaging doctors, and anatomy doctors would dictate, and then there would be a transcriber who would write a report after that. This tool developed with time, and we started using voice files, speech files, and again, there would be a manual transcription, transcribing of this file. 20 years ago, time goes by so fast, there was the real speech recognition software that started to become widespread. And then we had a problem. Speech recognizers were only Spanish. Doctors who wrote their reports in Catalan or who dictated in Catalan could not use that tool. So from the very beginning, this was a demand some doctors had, some health professionals had. We wanted solutions in Catalan as well. This could not be found back then, and the hospital decided to collaborate with our partner, Vocali. In order to do so, we had to take some measures or actions. The most important one was to give this tool or to feed this tool with many hours of recordings in Catalan. How did we do that? The first thing we did was to extract from our information system in an anonymized way some anatomy and imaging reports that were transcribed in Catalan. Out of those reports, we took as much data as possible. We created a small software that was done by the company of Vocali, and what this software did was to take this text, these paragraphs from those reports, so that we could read it and record some audio hours. We didn't have a radio where we could take this audio from, where we could take this terminology, medical terminology, which is what we needed, or general terminology. So what we did was, we did this task of volunteers reading that, but we realized that we would need so many hours of voice, and that it was so important as well that we could also reflect accents of, for example, Spanish speakers trying to speak Catalan, or people with another accent, people who had, for example, a dialect pronunciation from Lleida, from Tortosa, from the rest of Catalonia. And in order to do so, we, at the hospital, decided to start a campaign. And we're a hospital, so our reference was the blood donation campaigns. We did an internal campaign called Give Your Voice, Dona la teva veu in Catalan, where everybody could participate. The only thing we asked was, please read a short text. We didn't care if they were doctors, nurses, whatever. So it was a huge success. We had the participation of many, many people. Above all, and it was very exciting, all the doctors came, and all the retired doctors and nurses participated as well, and we managed to collect the necessary speech or voice recordings, and this is why now we have a Catalan voice or speech recognition. This speech recognition system is, of course, focusing on the two specialty fields that are mostly using it, radiology and pathological anatomy, but we are evolving this software, we are evolving this tool. We have demands from other specialty fields already, especially nurses. Nurses would like to be able to dictate as well without writing all the things they have to write right now. So the idea is to develop other vocabularies for the rest of specialty medical fields. We also have an important milestone ahead. Currently, we are having the meetings every 15 days with users, with IT specialists, with vocali engineers, because one of the first things we want to do is we want to have a bilingual software so that professionals don't need to decide that they want the voice recognition or the speech recognition system to be in Spanish or Catalan. It shouldn't be an either-or system, but they should be dictating in whatever language they feel like, just switching the language in an easy way. This is one of the things, an add-on, that will make sure that this tool can be even more widespread and used by all professionals. Thank you so much.
La Maribel ja ha parlat de tots els aspectes claus i difícils.
Maribel has already mentioned all the challenges. And I'd just like to add that Vocally is focusing on the development of minority languages at a national and international level. And Vocally is a company that wants to grow from a linguistic perspective. Here we have some of our partners, and thank you for your attention. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Our next theme will also have two speakers. We have Gerard Velez, who is a project director of the Fundació.cat. Previously, he has been leading digital transformation projects for large companies. Currently, he leads projects focused on the adoption of new tools that facilitate linguistic inclusion and democratic digitalization. Then we have Albert Iruela, who is the CEO of Omnios. Iruela has been an entrepreneur for more than 10 years, and he has been able to identify the opportunities that technology offers to businesses based on expertise in the development of AI-based technological solutions that promote linguistic inclusion and digitalization in Catalonia. Please, the floor is yours.
Bueno, en primer lloc m'agradaria agrair a l'organització.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me here today. And before starting with the presentation itself, I'd like to mention two thoughts regarding the impact of AI on our daily life. For many years, in fact, we have been talking about the management of knowledge, and now we are living a new era, the revolution of knowledge. How all this information, how all the knowledge produced in the last few years helps improve processes and strategic decisions. How do we apply AI? Firstly, for customization. Secondly, for immediate results. Thirdly, to be able to predict things with more information. And fourthly, we want to overcome linguistic barriers and language barriers in general. And now we will explain a user case similar to some of the cases explained in the previous presentations. I am going to explain how technology and translation tools have evolved to serve users with real-time transcriptions and translations. One variable, though, would be quality. How well is that transcription done, and how well is that translation done? Then we have to look at the latency. How can we have a technology that provides a real-time service, reducing the time from the generation of a speech, its transcription and its translation. And now we are reaching levels of excellence. For many years now, we have been working on transcription and on translation, mainly for contents that have been generated already, not for real-time content. And now we want to use all these technologies for services that can be provided in real time, live. We will show you an example afterwards. We are not just facing the challenge of having transcriptions and translations, but the thing is that we can even preserve the voice and tone of the person who's talking. So this is evolving, and my presentation will be divided into three parts. The introduction that I have just explained, then I will explain an initiative, and then real applications and demos. This second part refers to why Albert and I are working together, representing two different entities, Fundació.cat and Omnios. These two entities are committed to Catalan and also to all other minority languages. Fundació.cat has the purpose and commitment to defend our way of being within the digital environment. We do live in a digital society, and today, for example, we are speaking in Catalan in this context, and we would like to be able to develop contents in the digital environment, also in Catalan. We heard before whether AI will prevent us from wanting to learn other languages. In fact, it's already difficult to defend these languages in the analog environment, but it's even more difficult in the digital environment because we have larger or majority languages such as Spanish or English, and if someone from Catalonia decides to do something online, very often they will use one of these majority languages. So our goal and our challenge at the foundation is to provide digital solutions so it is easy to generate contents in our own language and to be able to consume, to have other people consuming this content in their own language worldwide. Additionally, we have Omnios. They are experts in AI applied to natural language processing, and in recent years they have specialized in Catalan, in the Catalan language. Apart from what we are going to show here today and share with you, our partnership goes further beyond this. We're thinking of translating the future, of interpreting the future, with a commitment to defend the Catalan language and culture, and this needs to be done with the technologies available with AI so that we can continue protecting our language and speaking our language without having any of the limitations that we face today in the digital environment. The most important thing will be for you to see the practical cases, so I will now give the floor again to Albert. Going back to what Gerard has just explained, I'd like to focus on another aspect of AI. I don't think AI is a technological challenge, but a people challenge, because we have to see how to use AI to solve many of the challenges in our daily life, professionally and personally. The first application, the first actual application is the current context at a conference. We are very used to having a simultaneous translation system. However, technology today allows to be generating as many live translations as languages in the room. So any of the participants can select the language in the phone and then listen to what the speaker is saying with the same tone as the speaker in whatever language they need. This is something that is already working. However, there is a limitation with regard to the number of languages. But if that wasn't a limitation, then the service is a very powerful service that provides quality, latency, and cost, in the sense that these are three variables that provide solutions for conferences. And then one can have the subtitles and also the direct transcription. Secondly, and along the same lines, we could have this system also for a press conference with journalists. In this way, according to the same lines, we can have someone at a press conference speaking in the language they feel most comfortable with, and they can receive that information, that content, in the language they prefer. And we are working on Catalan because it's easier to change the business model of a company than to change the language they use on an everyday basis. So the idea is to use AI to overcome language barriers with actual user cases. Thirdly, we want to improve the service to citizens, because today we are applying technology in many situations of everyday life where it was difficult to talk to people who didn't share the same language. So we are implementing a technology where everybody can speak their own language, the language is identified, and then you have a good communication flow. We also work with the social rights department because they interact with citizens that sometimes don't speak the language. And in this way, we can provide a better interaction environment. And then in the third place, we have the Department of Agriculture, where there are many needs of creating reports in analog environments, and the idea is to be able to explain what is happening in a specific land in any language, and to be able to transcribe it, and to be able also to fill in forms. And in this way, we would automatize the filling up of forms. So in this way, we are overcoming language barriers, and we are also optimizing processes that would need to be done subsequently after analyzing that land. Here we have some demos I think it's interesting for Gerard to explain this. This was a conference, an event that we organized a month ago at Fundació.cat to test the product. This was an event at the COAC, very near here. There were about 300 participants with 30 speakers. Some people would speak Spanish, others Catalan, others English. And this is the previous day. This is Simona Davy. And what the system does automatically is to translate what she is saying. She was speaking in Catalan, and we have the translation on the screen in the background into Spanish. She would speak in Catalan, and on the screen in the background you had the transcription into Spanish or into English. This is a system that we are already using for other events that we're organizing at the foundation. This is the first actual case of application. On Monday, in fact, we'll have the chance of participating in another event where we'll already offer the language translation with voice, not just with the transcription and the subtitle. And in the second place, as we've also developed a system with transcription, translation, and with voice, and also with the same tone of the speaker. And you will see this example. Now you're only going to see the result. You will have this counselor speaking in English. It would be good to be able to compare his voice, but we do have the counselor here. He could come up and we could compare his voice with the recording. This is a meeting at the Parliament.
Spokespersons, deputies, allow me to greet the people representatives of the CAC, SIAMEN, CICAC, the Federation of Municipalities of Catalonia, the FESOCA, and the Platform for Language. A greeting also to all those people and media who are following this conference live on the Parliament channel. I am happy to be here to...
Una mica a l'exemple que... Aquest era l'exemple que volíem posar.
So this is the example we wanted to show you. It's an example of how we can use technology, how we can preserve the tone and the voice, and this is an experience that we'll be able to enjoy in the near future in many different meetings with speakers talking live, and it won't be just a text, it's voice. We could have done this in a different language, Turkish, for example, but we thought it would be more interesting for you to see it in English. I think this technology is here to stay. And there's one other point I'd like to mention. There is a lot of uncertainty and a lot of fear regarding the implementation of technology. But I think that the world, to a certain point, is changing. We are moving towards a world where even labor contracts are different. You don't have permanent labor contracts. You just move from contract to contract, from job to job, and things are changing, and we need to understand that there will be new ways of interacting with technology. And that's all. Thank you for inviting me here today.
Thank you so much. That was. Our next speaker is Aitzol Astiar Garaga, who is the coordinator of the Artificial Intelligence Center, ORAI NLP. He is a computer engineer and holds a PhD in mobile robotics and artificial intelligence. He has worked as a secondary school and university teacher for several years and has participated in different research and dissemination projects in the field of natural language processing. The floor is yours.
Buen día y muchísimas gracias por...
Good morning, and thank you for inviting me here today, for giving me this opportunity to present our work here. Well, having reached this point of this campus, it'll be almost impossible to add anything new to what already has been said about the role of technologies and AI in the development of minority and minoritized languages. But in any case, in the next 10 minutes, I will share our experience in the development of tools for the Basque language, and I will share with you the experience that we've had with several minority languages. Just a brief introduction. ORAI is an artificial intelligence center located in the Basque country and specialized in natural language processing. We started within the Eluyar Fundazioa, a foundation that has been promoting the Basque language for many years within the scientific field, and ORAI was created 2 years ago to work on AI. Our main fields of work are the computational processing of Basque, the technological development of multilingual environments, and the third field of work is generating new knowledge and becoming a technology manufacturer. The ORAI Center started 2 years ago, but the truth is that we have been working in this field for over 20 years because we did realize some time ago that to promote the Basque language, it was indispensable to have a solid technological base. This is our working group. We've been working together for 20 years, but it's quite a young group anyway. I've been the last one to join this group. I'm not in the picture yet. And I'm sure I'll be the eldest, or almost the eldest. Here we have some figures that show the nature and size of our group. We have 15 people in the working group. 8 of them have a PhD in different areas of science and technology. We invest quite a lot in research, in basic research, but our main strength is technology transfer and the development of customized projects. And digitalization is no longer an option. That is clear to everybody, isn't it? It's no longer an option because we are now living a moment of radical transformation and ongoing uncertainty. And this uncertainty and these changes have a greater impact on minoritized languages, such as the Basque language. And this idea was already proposed by Andras Kornai in 2013 in his report, Digital Language Death, where he stated that only 5% of the world's languages, that's 7,000 languages, are on the internet, and the remaining 95% are condemned to death. 95% are condemned to death. If we now think about the European framework, Jordi Soler, in his report, European Language Equality, stated that in Europe we have 24 languages, 24 official languages, but there are 60 additional languages that should be preserved and promoted in the same way or even more strongly. In this report, we also see this chart showing the imbalance among the different languages. In fact, yesterday we saw this updated data, this chart, and it is clear that English is the language with the greatest support. And we have at the bottom there some minoritized languages that have very little digital support, and some of them are the majority language of some countries. Now, the answer to this question on the screen is quite obvious. Yes. However, there are still challenges and risks, and NLP technologies do offer an opportunity for minority language development. Now I will show some projects that we're working on, and I'd like to emphasize 3 key ideas. These ideas are not new or original, but they're based on our experience. The first idea is the following. It's essential to invest in research. Additionally, we must be capable of creating our own technology. This is the technological sovereignty that we have already heard about before in this campus. It's important, however, to increase this technology sovereignty and reduce the reliability on multinational companies so that we can develop our own contents based on our own cultural and language references, and avoiding the Anglo-centric bias that just responds to the interests of large entities and companies. And now we're working on 2 projects. Firstly, the Basque LLM. We have created a model for the Basque language to understand Basque text. This is a project similar to the latter project presented yesterday by Eneko Aguirre. And he already explained how important it is for a minority language to have the knowledge and to have the capacity to create these technologies.
On the other hand, we are working with an European project called SERMAS, where we work also with a foundational model that has been adapted for Basque, for the Basque language. We have also adapted it to the industrial environments where we need to work, which are pretty noisy, and the outcomes will be presented in December in Brussels. The second idea I would like to share with you is that we have to make the most of these technologies for a more accessible and multilingual offer of companies and institutions. Basque and the rest of minoritized languages must be on our mobile phones when we use GPS, for example, in the car, and of course to communicate both in writing, orally, or with any other device. These are our 3 products or fundamental services that we openly make available to everyone. The first one is a neural translation platform. The second one is a system for speech recognition, and the third one is a system for speech synthesis, to go from speech to audio as well. So it works in English, French, and Spanish, but also in Catalan, Basque, and Galician languages. We are working to be able to include Occitan very soon as a language. So we adapted these tools, these technologies, for the different media, the communication media in Basque, both newspaper, but also digital media, radio, TV, subtitles, translations, personalized voices, personalized, customized synthetic voices, and we also try to introduce these technologies in the industrial environments where operators can give instructions to machines using speech. My third idea today that I wanted to share with you is that we need to collaborate. There's no other way. As they said in the previous panel, we all need to add our intelligence together. So, linked to that, our most representative project, the one that represents collaboration, is Linguatec. Jordi, Swiss, our colleague, yesterday, he already explained what this project is, so I'm not going to elaborate on it, but the idea is to foster languages on both sides of the Pyrenees, Aragonese, Catalan, Aranese, Occitan, and Basque. Those are languages that, as you all know, are undergoing different circumstances. So based on each situation, we're creating a roadmap for each of them. The idea is to create tools, platforms with new language models adapted to the linguistic resources that each of these languages have.
Y por último, y para terminar...
Finally, last but not least, this is something that we used to have, this big painting. We had it in Donostia, our city. To me, this image clearly represents the spirit of the working group and all of us working here together. Small languages make the world bigger. And as we say in Basque, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We have come to the last speaker of this session, and it's Jaume Salto, who is the founder and CEO of the Salto Group, president of the Lleida Chamber of Commerce, and a professional with extensive experience in business management and local economic development. Salto leads business promotion and innovation projects. In addition, he is a strong advocate of the digitalisation of SMEs and has promoted several initiatives aimed at improving the competitiveness of companies through technology. The floor is yours.
Bon dia a tots i a totes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. as a technological group, what we are working on is remote care, advanced remote medical care for people who have dependency. This is an important thing. We need to communicate with them and we need to make sure that they can use their language.
El producte que tenim és SomCare, que és la plataforma.
We work at a platform called SomCare. This is the platform that manages robots. Why? Because the life expectancy of people has been increasing. We know that baby boomers are growing old, and there are more needs, unmet needs related to that. In Europe, there is a huge percentage of people who live on their own, and that can lead to problems. So at SomCare, we have realized that the social care system and the health care system are under a lot of stress, and that we are now providing users with an average of 7 hours when they would require 18 hours instead. As I told you, SomCare is a software that we developed that has multiple devices. We can have robots, or we can have PCs, or different devices. We interact with the home domotic systems and also with health sensors. So any devices, even smartwatches, can interact with our software. It is all connected to a platform. Through this platform, both users and healthcare professionals can have access to the tool. We currently have 2 devices. One is the robot that we call Ganyet, and the other one is called Mireia. So how can we improve the quality of life of people? Of course, we can provide emotional support. We can talk with people, because there are people who live on their own and who do not talk to anyone during the day. These devices, these robots, can offer them the possibility of speaking, interacting, and the aim here is to fight unwanted loneliness, to help people through natural language, through voice. We also provide health care, health support. We have things like devices for different medical users, and we can track the medical status of people. We can also provide help when it comes to safety and protection. If somebody falls, the robot moves to the room where that person has fallen. They ask a question, how are you feeling? If this person is not answering after the 3 same question, then there's a call that the robot makes to make sure help is given. And then there's also social connection features. For these people who feel lonely because they live on their own, it's important to have the possibility of calling or video calling their friends and families, and even with healthcare professionals as well. And it also helps to promote autonomy. These people can become autonomous. They get reminders, and they are asked questions like, how did you sleep? You need to take a pill, things like that. In the summertime, when there's a heat wave, for old people, it's really important to drink water. Their quality of life improves. So reminders are being sent so that until the very last time, people can live in their homes, which is where they will get the best quality of life, but with help. This platform includes multiple languages. This is super important. All features are in different languages, and we can switch to the required language whenever it's necessary. Those are some images of our software. This all started in 2019, where the Mobile Foundation had a challenge. How can technology help people? Out of 57 projects from 28 countries, our project was awarded with a prize, and we got a fund related to that, but also the city council gave us some users, people who were an average of 80 years old, that living on their own. We started with 10 users, but we extended our project and we grew accordingly. Then there was COVID and things stopped. We started with a small robot, but in 2023, there was a second phase with 100 users. We improved our robots and features. In 2024, there's a new device for cases in which no mobility is needed. This is the new device that you can open. It has like a sort of watch that can interact with it. And let me give you some examples. This is a project that we did in an elderly home where the robot helps to facilitate the activities old people do and helps professional carers in the everyday tasks. So this is another one in a center called Colonia Way. I will play a video for you. It's, again, a nursing home, an elderly home. This is a project that we are conducting in this elderly home. Let me play the video for you. Can you do it for me, please? No, sorry. Can you play this video for me? I'm asking for help from the technicians, please.
Colonia Way.
We are Colonia Way, nursery home. In the last few months, we have added to our center a robot that helps old people living here with everyday tasks.
Amb la robot Temi al cafè.
With our robot, we get support in everyday life activities, both for people who live here and people who work here. The robot helps us track them, locate them, and check the activities done, program meals, extraordinary activities, and for employees, we have support to organize activities. For example, you organize a cognitive stimulation activity, and you can use the robot to find images, to get videos, and to get materials. It also helps us with music. We can look up for music from our residence times, and it is giving a lot of advantages. Yeah, can we play music for you? Yes, please. And the music in the robot is great.
Que tendrán todo el sabor de un beso. Llavors, tu estàs content?
So, are you happy with having this robot here? Yes, I am. Yeah. Let me be. You seem very convinced. Yeah, I like it. Maybe if it would have been something else, I wouldn't, but I like it. We were reluctant at the beginning because this seemed very modern technology, but we had doubts, but we're positively surprised. It helps our guests in the space, in the things they do, having a robot telling things, having them answer, they love it. So both the employees and the people living here, we all attach great value to this robot. I now give the floor to Anna and Ricard. My colleagues, Anna and Ricard, are in charge of this other project. Hold on, it's a very technical thing, and these beautiful buildings have difficulties for our current technology, but let me show you. Let me show you the robot. Let's have a live demo with the interaction of Anna with the robot. Anna, you need to switch on your microphone. Is it open? Is it working? This robot also recognizes my face, so it's trying to locate me in space to be able to follow me. In this case, an old person, for example, could walk around their home with a robot following them. And now, with steps, that the robot cannot climb steps, so we will need help for that. Good. I will now ask some questions to the robot. How many inhabitants live in Catalonia? We apologize, but we are not getting the sound of the robot from the translation booth.
Hey, Temi.
Teni, what else can you tell me about Catalonia? Catalonia is a region in the northeast of Spain with a culture of its own. The capital city is Barcelona. Official language is Catalan. And the gastronomy of Catalonia is known all over the world. And we apologize again, but we're not getting the sound from the robot, so we will only translate the questions asked to the robot and not the answers.
Molt bé. I ara un exemple real de lo que podria...
And now a real example of what this robot could do if that person was not feeling well, okay? I'm not feeling well.
Vols que avisi algú? Sí. Sí.
Yes, I want you to tell somebody. I am now creating a call request, the robot said. Now, for example, the robot is calling my emergency contact, my colleague Ricard. And Ricard will get a telephone call on his mobile phone. And this is the way through which, in a very intuitive way, this person can get in touch with their carers or with medical help.
Se fica una mica nerviós con falta de cobertura, eh?
Now it's reconnecting.
Molt bé, doncs moltes gràcies.
Thank you very, very much.
Gràcies.
Thank you. We have a few minutes for questions to anyone from this session. So if you have a question that you couldn't ask earlier, this is now the chance for you. Or if you want to talk to the robot. No question? Yes, there's one.
Is this working? Hello? This is not a question, but just a comment, and I don't expect an answer from anyone because it's a very big question. I'm just really struck by the extent by the enormous implications here for language teaching and learning. And I think that needs to be discussed maybe in another forum. The implications are enormous and profound. And we need new speakers in all of our languages, as well as supporting existing speakers, but we all need to bring new speakers into the languages. So there are very big implications here for attracting new speakers to Catalan and Irish and Welsh and all other languages that we are working with. It's not true. I'm not criticizing any of the work here. This is inspirational and important work, but I think this is a very big question that one or two people touched on, but I think maybe it needs bigger discussion in another place. So it's a huge question. I'm not looking for an answer, but I just wanted to say it.
Thank you. Minister Villa here in the front.
No, simplement expressar que aquest és...
I would just like to say that this is exactly one of the topics that we should deal with. I mean, we have been essentially talking about technologies, but there will be an impact on the transmission of language, on getting new speakers. And there's a simple hypothesis, which is to say that it's very likely that the instrumental users of languages and the integrative users of languages will change, and that the interest in learning languages just for instrumental purposes changes, whereas the interest in learning languages just because of an integration process for social purposes within a reasonable period of time can be maintained or even increased. And this is obviously important when designing language policies. So I absolutely agree to this with this request. This topic should be dealt with because it has huge political effects, budget effects, and it is important to design our future in the next decades.
Well, I got a question for Gerard Vélez and Albert. La faré en català. Quin és el nivell de...
What is the level of accuracy of transcripts into the languages that you have? To begin with, how many languages can you simultaneously translate and transcribe, like the example we saw with the Minister Villa, and what would be the level of accuracy? Because depending on the topic you're talking about, this is important. It has to be accurate. If we're talking about health, we cannot get a 90% accuracy because these 10% can be extremely relevant and have terrible impacts on the subject if the accuracy is low. Currently, we have worked with 16 languages, but the technology is mature enough to provide service, real-time production for more. And now I'll go to the performance, because not all use cases require the same performance. Sometimes an error can have an impact. Sometimes an error is just a loss of context where you are trying to understand something else. The impact of artificial intelligence on these technologies. Well, some years ago, with translation and transcribing, we wanted a literal translation, to translate exactly what was being said. Now, with the emergence of artificial intelligence, we can understand the context. So before you see the output on screen, there's a model reflecting on whether each of the words makes sense. So this is where, in general, conversations without technology details, or when you do not need 100% performance, the maturity is very high. But if we talk about niche fields where language matters so much, like, for example, at hospitals, it's necessary to understand everything. The information, the technical information, to make sure that the interpretation is good. Every user case has to be tackled in a different way, in a particular way, both in terms of performance, both in terms, and also in terms of the scalability, of a scale of costs. There are some technologies that are more complex than others. With some, nowadays, you can play with this variable: quality, cost, latency. You can play with these three variables to create the best possibility for each. Sometimes the quality is the priority and the latency is not a problem. Other times the cost is so important and the other two factors are not so important. But in any case, what I can say is that the big change in the last 2 years is the possibility in general, in most use cases, to have a technology that is ready to be productive. And it's interesting to have these conversations. If we thought, if you asked this a couple of years ago, maybe this project would have been like requiring a lot of investment and nobody would ensure the performance at the end of the way. Now it's easy to validate, it's easy to see if it makes sense, and it's now easy to play with the 3 variables to create the best value model.
There's also one final question from Friesland.
Do you hear me? Oh. Sorry. From the practice from Friesland, we experienced that common voice, because people read the sentences out loud, that it's really standard Frisian, and that if you use that data, that it's really hard to recognize the dialects, so that it's less valuable for the dialects. So I wonder if other regions, languages have encountered the same problem, and if so, what you've done to counter that.
It's not an answer to your question. I just have my own question.
Oh, but if anyone wants to answer the question first.
Oh, okay.
No. This is a theme that we need to elaborate more on, obviously.
Well, so for everyone it works fine. You all speak standard language, or? Okay, well.
We need to discuss it maybe over lunch instead. All right, and I think, well, short.
Maybe, okay. So I'm Finji, I'm from the Kurdish Institute, and my question is actually regarding so language, but connected to human rights. What I notice is that I'm very happy that there is this conference and there is a network for linguistic diversity, but of course this is possible because the basic human rights are obtained, and then there is a possibility to work around technology and improving these rights surrounding languages. So now for the Kurds, my question is that because the Kurds do not have their own state or do not even have rights, how can we build bridges and improve relations with like stronger partners like you to obtain more of these rights for, let's say, for example, for the Kurds, because they are neighbors of the European Union. Yeah, that's my question.
I unfortunately think that that is such a broad question that we don't have time to discuss it now, but thank you for bringing the team up anyway. Before I give the floor for the final remarks from the Coppieters Foundation and the director, and for the closing words by Minister Vila, I want to announce that those of you that are coming to Montserrat, the bus is leaving at 3:30, 30 minutes past 3. Downstairs we'll meet in the courtyard. And on behalf of the NPLD, I of course also want to express our big thank you to Coppieters Foundation, and of course to the Catalan government, Minister Vila, Montse, Anton, Marta, Mireia, Yolanda, Estefania, and the whole team of the language policy. Thank you very, very much. And now I give the floor to Ignacio.
Check. Sí. Okay, thank you very much, Anna, for the introduction and also as well for the moderation through these two days. I think you've done an excellent work at keeping the time and also bringing some of your very much needed energy to have lively discussions. I also want to thank you, the Network for the Promotion of Linguistic Diversity, Bartomeu, the very fruitful cooperation that we have had through the years. This is the 5th edition. I was there at the first one. I had to miss Helsinki last year for work-related reasons. But this partnership is something that we value very much. It's something we want to try to continue to promote as much as possible. Also, almost final word of thank you and gratitude to all the speakers who have done a very excellent job at raising topics, at bringing ideas, raising even questions, and we don't have all of the solutions yet, so thank you very much for you all. And finally, big thank you as well from our side, honest thank you to the Generalitat de Catalunya and to now Minister Vila. I have the feeling that this is a passion project for you, that you have been running the extra mile and you have been very involved in your prior position as secretary, but now also as a minister. And I think this percolates over the whole event. And we really value the support, the engagement, and all of the contributions from your side. Coppieters Foundation is a think tank. It's recognized by the European Parliament as a political foundation. We receive funding from the European Parliament for almost 15 years now. We try to conduct research in topics that we identified as the most critical, specifically from a European perspective. We look at multi-level governance, how different levels of administration can interact to provide better services to the citizens, how can we put the people at the center. And for this, we look at budgets, we look at climate action, we look at gender equality, we look at collective rights, and we specifically look a lot, and this is part of our core mission, to look into the issue of diversity and recognition of languages, recognition of cultures, promoting this sort of recognition, promoting the presence of languages that are not always official at the European scale in different programs and in different platforms. This is part of what we do. This is our core mission, and that's why we also think that it's very relevant that we keep the partnership with the Network for the Promotion of Linguistic Diversity, to promote languages from a linguistic point of view, from a digital point of view, from a health point of view, which was one of the topics from the last campuses. Also, as our colleague Finji said, also from a rights point of view, because it's not always diversity, it's also like a right to protect the communities. And why do we have to protect communities? When we've seen this throughout the years, and we've seen this specifically in the last couple of days. New technologies pose questions. New technologies or advancements or changes in society pose new questions. So what we have to do as a civil society organization, as governments, as academics, try to provide new solutions. And that's why I think this is very timely, it's very relevant. We have a breakthrough, a disruptive innovation, and we've seen also disruptive solutions from projects, from ideas, from questions, how to put all of these moving pieces of the puzzle together. This is something that Conseller Duc said at the opening, like the world is changing, so we have to also change with it. So I want to give a final round of applause to everybody, and we hope that we can continue finding these new solutions, these new ideas, these new projects going forward into 2026 as well. Thank you very much.
Amics, amigas.
Dear friends, good morning. I'd like to start greeting all the people who have been with us these days, the speakers who have shared their projects with us and their initiatives. We reach now the closing of this campus, and I do think that we all agree that there has been a high participation with interesting contributions, and we've had the chance to get to know each other better and to strengthen our links and relations. And I'd like to thank, first of all, the team of the NPLD and of the Language Policy Department. Thank you, Emma, Bet, Emma, Ton, Estefania, Vicent, and all the rest for your work. It's been perfect, I think. I would also like to thank, obviously, the Coppieters Foundation for their support. Without them, this event wouldn't have been possible. We started this campus talking about the impact of the evolution of technology on our languages, and I mentioned how important it is to have active policies so that our languages are not left behind in the digital environment. And we have been sharing experiences and concerns. We have discovered new tools and resources regarding transcription, speech technology, AI, the care of people, and so on and so forth. We have heard some technical topics and political topics. We've been looking at success stories, and we have been comparing different cases, and we've seen projects that we can replicate in our own countries and that can help us inspire ourselves. And some of the ideas that we have seen have stated that we need the involvement of many different agents. We need to build bridges between the administration, the third sector, the businesses, and the research world. We must be able to create international partnerships, because alone we're small, but together we're strong. Therefore, it is necessary to coordinate our efforts and to make the most of our progress in a collective effort. It's only like this that we can revert negative trends that impact negatively our languages by using the digital world to be stronger in the real world. And now, in the next few days and weeks, we'll make the most of what has been shared here. And out of all the ideas we've seen, there's one I'd like to remind you of in particular, because in this field of life, we cannot have statements that are permanent, because new technologies are creating hope and also some concerns. So we need to understand this new environment of change by becoming visible in the digital space, so that we can relate among ourselves and also with the majority languages, and political borders should be less important than ever. Transnational cooperation would be easier to understand. And I do believe strongly that in the digital world, We cannot forget the political borders, but we can reduce the political borders at least. And we have to be careful, always. We need to be aware of the threats. For instance, the risk of digital diglossia or of the digital death of the minority languages. We don't want them to become burdens for the future of our languages in our daily life. I think that this is a topic worth mentioning. Many of the practices shared during these days will help us have a more diverse digital future, linguistically and socially. Now, it's time for lunch. I think that some stomachs are rumbling, particularly from some countries in Europe that don't have lunch so late. And I just hope that you have enjoyed your stay here, you've enjoyed the campus, and that you've enjoyed the city of Barcelona. And both if you stay here, as if you leave now or stay for some days, we just hope that you enjoy Barcelona and Catalonia. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Vila. One final remark, and that is that you need to take your devices and give them back when you leave the room, but also to take all your belongings from this room, because this room will be closed in 5 minutes. So take your things, and then we'll have lunch outside. Thank you.